places all across Niger Delta. So what did the powers that be, what did they do? They are not the election 1993. They've done it. They've quote unquote paid us back in 99. Whether they now had primary or not, at least we had the president in 99 Yoruba. That's it. Igbos would say, oh, there was a war. You can't use the war again in 2026. There's a video I want to respond to. Somebody sent it to me over the weekend. Sent to me some days ago. I'm going to respond to that. If we have time, we'll respond it today. If not, maybe next week. All this nonsense about we are looking for reparations, it's just rubbish. While I will acknowledge the pains that people went through in the war, it's not I don't owe anybody this. Nigeria does not owe any ethnic group, including my own. I'm not going to blackmail the rest of the country with we went through something. I also, you know what we went through? When all of you left and had also Abiola, we were left alone now to gather spaces. You know what we went through? You see us crying about it every second. I don't understand. Like, you just come and say, oh, see what they did to me. Because of what they did to me, I must have something. What did they do to you? Terrible stuff. 9 years after the war, everybody says that. Give me 10 examples in the world where you have such happen. Did it happen in the US without that Senate climb? The South, the same thing happened. There were, agitations and, people were oil bunkering and fighting and bombing places all across Niger Delta. So what did the powers that be, what did they do? They said, you know what? Excuse me. Just like we did for the Igbos in 1979, let's also do the same thing for folks in Niger Delta in 2007. So what did they do? They chose a man that wasn't really, he didn't really have electoral value, to be honest. But they wanted to make it up to them. So they chose Goodluck Jonathan. He became vice president. And due to whatever nature, the president, Umar Yar'Adua, he passed on, he died while in office, and then Jonathan became president. So what did Nigeria do? Nigeria settled settled Igbo people in 79, settled South, Niger Delta in 2007, just as you can say they settled Yoruba people in 1999. We don't owe anybody anything anymore. If you want to become president, you throw your hat in the ring. Nobody zone anything to any Southeast. Did anybody zone anything to Southwest? No. By the way, this zoning thing that is happening across political parties, I hope people understand that it's not a constitutional thing. Though. Since everybody's always shouting constitution, there's no constitution that says you're going to become president because you're from the south or north. Though. There's nothing like that. It's, as a matter of fact, it's actually something for PDP. In 1999, AD did not have to even think about it because it was a largely regional party. Although it had a national outlook, but it was largely regional. And that's why AD completely won the 6 states of the Southwest.
All right, if you want to enjoy more of that, please go on our YouTube channel. The video you've been listening to is titled The Igbo Presidency Confession, Why Kenneth Okonkwo Exposed Peter Obi. All right, it's actually a really brilliant video, if I could say so myself, and I think it's quite enlightening. Well, thank you very much for being here. Good evening, everybody. Lovely to have you join us today. I see some comments in the comment section. I will respond, but before I get to respond to you, let me first welcome everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's a lovely Monday evening. We're beginning a new week. No, it's Tuesday. It's a lovely Tuesday evening. I wasn't here yesterday. Yesterday was Monday, but I had to rest. But I'm glad to be here. And I'm glad you are here, and I'm sure we're going to have a great time together. So thank you so much for joining us today. Before we get on with the show, I'd like to thank folks who have helped us to get to 33.6k likes on TikTok. These are people who tap, who help because they know that the things they do actually go a long way in helping the life itself. Thank you very much. So thank you for your support. I'm going to mention some names. I see Ibo Jinodu, thank you, sir. Koboko Akadol, so that we can push the life together to the FYP. All right. Thank you very much for your support. Okay, now let's begin. Let's respond to something in the comment section. Who'll be there? Oh, someone's already responded to them, but I think it's the person actually, since we're just starting, Victor Okpara says it is obvious that Yorubas are the problem Nigeria have. It has, but it didn't wait to finish school before going to sell spare parts. It has, eh? But we're not even the problem. Your brain cannot even fathom what the issue is. Then it says it's obvious that the so-called Yoruba clan disguise and hid under the Hausa. All right, so here's the problem. I think it's important to be saying these things because the way Nigeria history works, somebody will just sit down in one corner after drinking palm wine, okay, particularly from Victor Okpara's region, and they begin to talk rubbish. And then the rest of the generations just pick it up. They don't read, they don't check, they don't fact check, they don't verify, even though they tell people to go and verify, and then they begin to run around with it. Let it be said that as far as Nigeria's history is concerned, when it comes to alliances between ethnicities, it's not Yoruba and the Fulani or Hausa like you're inferring. It's actually the Northerners, that's the Hausa Fulani, and the Igbos. You've had more collaborations than any other group in this country. It's just that you would not know that because your goal in life is to be a victim, which I think is probably your perpetual inheritance. But let's make it very clear. 1959, you know, we had a chance just before election to have an alliance between the Action Group and the NCNC that was essentially Igbolized by that time. And it could have changed the course of this country. Okay, we could have done great things. I mean, our fathers would have done great things. Howard suggested that Zeke becomes the prime minister while he will take on the role of a finance minister. But Zeke decided to work with the North, right? He became the president, and then Tafawa Balewa became the prime minister. That's one. The same thing happened in 79. Papa still spoke to him to be able to come up with an alliance with NPP, and UPN. He still went with the North. The first time that Yoruba people actually worked with the North and actually brought something tangible, Tojo Kuwa, the president, was in 2015 for the sake of Buhari. The one for first time for the sake of Yoruba was in 2023. So think about it, 1960 or 1959 to 2023, you who call everybody slaves, you've literally been slaves. And it's important for you to be told that the way you've been raised is to always project your reality. So whatever you are, you call others. Whenever you say, and this is what you should know if you're Nigerian, whenever you say a group that always calls everybody tribalist, that's a tribalist talking. When you're using the word, they are the real problem, Kiniko are the real problem, they are the real problem. When it talks about the fact that this group is hiding under they are the ones hiding. So anything they say is a projection. It's a mental problem, by the way, and it's generational. I didn't mention anybody. I'll be generation after generation. You want to tell me it's not congenital, it's not generational. It definitely is congenital. It's somewhere in the makeup. But that's not my duty to fix. I hope people get well. And to be honest, I keep saying this. At this point, I think we have all this problem we are having in Nigeria today. I mean, yes, we can go back to the beginning, but all these people constituting nuisance everywhere is really because, and I mean, may the soul of President Buhari rest in peace. But he promised Nigeria something. I did not fulfill it. He didn't fulfill it. And it's a bad thing that he didn't do it. I mean, he's a great man. He did what he could do. He didn't do some things he should have done. One of the things he should have done was at least fulfill that promise. He said, and I quote, that he would build 15 psychiatric outposts in the southeast. He didn't fulfill that promise. If he had built those outposts, you won't have these clowns just disturbing me every day. But we are hoping and praying that President Tinubu will step in and do that so that people can be helped. I mean, this is, as a citizen, be your brother's keeper. We want everybody to be strong and hale and hearty. And we need the president to do that. Slashes, they want to play tribal politics and we must finish it. They want to. They've been doing it all these years. They've been playing. This guy said tribal politics in the 1940s. 1941 to be exact. They didn't want to start. They've always been doing tribal politics. It's just that, you know, the crazy thing I think about some people is that they think they have the exclusive preserve, like they have the exclusive right to be whatever they are doing. So since they just think in their head that we are the only ones who can do this, so for anybody to even think of, you know, it's like it's wrong. It's not like what is wrong. It's not like what they are doing is wrong as far as they are concerned. It's the fact that somebody else is, you know, saying, you know, you can't be the only person doing this. Someone says my audio is low. Is it better now? It's probably your device, so please check your device too. No, I didn't say 50 psychiatric hospitals, though. He said 15. No, let's not say 50. It's Buhari said, no, seriously, that thing is actually, sorry guys, let's start with that. Let me look for the title, the newspaper article. So it doesn't look like, I'm not making anything up and I'm not even throwing jabs. It's just that it's becoming concerning. I mean, we just got here. We hadn't even done anything. All we did was we're just listening to a recording. By the way, if you didn't hear that recording, the title is The Igbo Presidency Confession, Why Kenneth Okonkwo Exposed Peter Obi. And you hear more of things like that. Mombo, it's not even per state. It's based on, yes, three psychiatric outposts per state based on senatorial district. You know, every state has 3 senatorial districts. Give me a second. Buhari promised, in fact, you guys go and verify. Go and verify. Let me not. This was in April 2023. Buhari's government set to build 15 psychiatric homes in the southeast. Post in southeast. People's Gazette. Buhari regime to establish 15 mental health outposts in the southeast. So it's not the Guardian. FG. This 6 April 2023. FG to make mental health care accessible in the southeast. Vanguard News. Enugu Psychiatric Hospital to establish 15 outposts in the southeast. It's there. I didn't make it up. Legit. Buhari to open psychiatric outposts across 15 senatorial districts in southeast states. Channels TV even went back to 2017. There was already a work they were doing in Nigeria to construct mental health clinics in southeast senatorial districts. 2017. Then Buhari said in 2023. He didn't do it. And it's not good. It's not good. It's not good. And I'm speaking as a concerned citizen. Everybody should be okay. And let's even cut a paterity. The truth is, you can't go through what people went through in the 1960s and not take care of such people. And if you read Go On, the biography of a soldier statesman, the book we read last week, you know, they kept saying that, oh, they were able to, you know, resolve the humanitarian issue because no country ever, I mean, this book, by the way, this book I'm mentioning, and that, oh, there's no other country that healed as fast as Nigeria did, you know, because, you know, we're able to get money and rebuild things, spend 12 million naira investor of Nigerian soccer, you know, spend 5 million naira in this man's bank, African Continental Bank, Azikiwe's bank, then 3.5 million pounds, and that money, Cooperative Bank of Eastern Nigeria, then we built roads, 990,000 pounds on a monthly basis as subvention to the East Central States. You know, bulk money given to the administrator of the East Central State, Ukwabi Asika, to be able to help them rebuild the place. You know, all those things that they did. You know, they built roads and repaired bridges and rebuilt schools and things like that. And then everybody was, oh, yes, we have now moved past it because we have the 3 R's. It sounds nice. And I've had the conversation here before. The things that Awolowo did and that Gowon did and so on and so forth. But there's something else that wasn't really done. And Papa alluded to it in one of his speeches he gave after the war. It's paying attention to people's mental health. It was traumatic. Was traumatic. People had to find a way to cope. And in coping, if there's any, let me tell you something, and sincerely, if there's any problem that people should actually focus on in the Southeast, it's the impact Well, I'm working on it, Sha. The impact of propaganda. People suffer more from the propaganda than from what happened. What happened was terrible, to be clear. Thank you very much for the gift, Mr. Babatunde. What happened was crazy. It was terrible. Should never have happened. Hopefully, it will never happen again. There's nothing cool about wars. That's why I wonder when people are saying they want to fight. War is terrible. But when you, so after you have gone through that, you need to be rehabilitated mentally. Forget all this, the streets and the road. No, all those things are good. And that's why you don't notice that regardless of everything Nigeria has done, you see people say things that Nigeria has done nothing in the Southeast. It's a mental problem. You know what? I want to read something to you. I wasn't planning to do this, but the guy in the comment section, thank you very much for steering us in this direction. You see, sometimes I like it when I don't even follow the title. It makes it authentic. 1 second, I want to read you a book. I've read it here before, but I don't want to say it out without reading it. If I do, it will sound like an insult. So let me get you a book. Because even the Igbo elders, also began to talk. They began to notice this problem. Oh, shoot. You know what? Let's get the book. I'm carrying books so that I can get to one book. So please bear with me. Someone says organic content. I love you too, Igbo Jinoju. Thank you for the gift. Yes, it's organic because you just come around, say things, and then we will respond, hopefully, with respect, but with facts, definitely. And if you feel bad about it, that's why you should go to a psychiatrist. Don't be going everywhere constituting nuisance, insulting people, as though you have this divine right to criticize people. Meanwhile, you're like, let me not say it. I want to read something from this book. See, there's some books I have to stand up to go and pick. There are some I just left here in case people come to ask questions. And thank you for the questions, Okpara. This book is called Witness to Justice, an insider's account of Nigeria's Truth Commission by Matthew Hassan Kuka. That's the Bishop of the Sokoto Diocese. That's the Catholic Diocese. So we'll be talking about the Catholics very soon, by the way. Today's title, we have 3 topics we're looking at, amongst others. Obasanjo's father unveiled, Peter Obi's speeches and chances, and then the Catholic Bishop's visit to the president. Apparently, that one is not going out anytime soon. Anyway, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka was part of the Oputa panel, and there's some things that they discovered there that they decided to put in this book called Witness to Justice. So let me just read a few things. No, not a few things. Just a couple of things. Not to say a few, but it's not that few. Let's get into it. Someone says, see the war going on between the men and women online. It's part of it. It is. And to be honest, right, one of the major issues in life is not even solving a problem, is recognizing the problem. If you don't know the problem, what do you want to solve? So let me tell you one of the problems to solve. The Ohaneze Ndigbo, they brought, what do they call it? They brought a list, right, seeking the following remedies from the federal government of Nigeria. I'm going to move away from the other things that they asked to go to the mental part that we're discussing earlier. They say here that 2 million children. This was 26 years ago, right? Oputa panel. So they said 2 million children are now intellectually permanently retarded. Then number 10. You know what? Let me read from number 1 so it doesn't look like we're just jumping in the middle. So let's go back just a bit. Again, I'm reading Witness to Justice by Matthew Hassan Kuka. The government needs to do something. This is getting out of hand. Against the background of the alleged violation of their rights, Ohaneze sought the following remedies from the federal government of Nigeria. Number 1, compensation for the Igbos over the atrocities of the past. I talked about it last week. Nobody can compensate you if you're not going to compensate others. And the people that are going to get the money to compensate you from are the people that you also hurt. Number 2, reverse discriminatory allocation of industries. Number 3, give the East a steel rolling mill and petrochemical industry. Number 4, give the East the second Niger bridge. Number 5, dredge the Niger, Imo, and Oguta lakes. Number 6, appoint 2 persons into the National Security Council. Number 7, appoint an Igbo man a divisional commander. Many of these things have been done anyway. Then calculation of human losses during the Civil War. They say number 1, 50,000 Igbos killed in the north. That's not true. That's not true. Let me pause and explain. It's not true. People were killed. Before I explain, I say this often when I'm talking about human lives. One person dying is one too many. A person being killed is one too many. So it's not about, it doesn't really matter, it's just few people that died. Even if it's just one person, it's a lot. But people should not be lying to us. 50,000 people did not die anywhere. 6. July 29, the counter coup happened, right? And then it was Abeokuta, Ikeja, Ibadan, then to the north, right? Almost happened in Enugu, but somehow it was resolved between Baba Ogunewe and the soldiers, while Ojukwu was hiding 67 miles away from the action. It was in Onitsha, hiding behind something. But here's the point. A lot of Igbos were killed, and the civilians were also killed. And then the Igbos who were being unalived in the north, they fled to their home, which is natural. When they got there, they began to kill Northerners in the east as well. Some people don't tell you, but I assure you, what I just said right now is in the history books. I can recommend 2. The Nigerian Civil War by John Obasanjo, Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by H.M. Green. They began to kill a lot of the Northerners in the east. Not 1, not 10, not 100, not 200, not 1,000. Thousands, over 1,000 were killed in different parts, in Owerri, in Port, in Aba, in Obolo-Afo, in different parts of in Enugu, in different parts of the East Central State at the time, or Igbo area. Now, some whites left there. I'm going somewhere. Some whites left there. They were on their way, to the north. They went to Obolo-Afo and saw the killings. Through them, the news got to Benin Republic. So Radio Cotonou broadcast the news, was received in Kaduna, was rebroadcast in English and Hausa. Hausa people got angry, nothing else got angry, began to kill Igbos. A lot of them were killed. It was terrible. So by August, a lot have been killed. September. In October, the Eastern region released a document. They titled it Pogrom. In that document, which was released by the Eastern Region government, the governor of the region at the time was Ojukwu. They said about 7,000 people died. I said right now, in the book I mentioned earlier, The Nigerian Civil War by John Obasanjo, about 7,000 people died. That was around October 66. January 4 and 5, 67, they had a meeting in Aburi, in Ghana, called, the Aburi Conference, that gave us the Aburi Accord. During that conference, Ojukwu said that there were 10,000 people who died. People were like, you know what, 7,000, 8,000, 10,000, he just rounded up the figures. It's okay, like it's understandable. And then in May of that same year, May 30th, 1967, Ojukwu said there were 30,000 people who died. See, this is why John Obasanjo wrote in his book that Ojukwu played an irresponsible numbers game. He said there were 30,000. That number is what you're going to find in the book by Frederick Forsyth. It's the Biafran story. It's what you're going to find in the book by Chinua Achebe, There Was a Country. 30,000 on my head. And the reason they stuck to that number was that was the number they kept using throughout the propaganda. That was what they were using throughout the war until 1969. A Hera declaration, Ojukwu said there were 50,000 people. That 50,000 number is what you find in this book. Does it matter? Yes, it does. Because if you are lying about things like this, what else are you lying about? Many things. But let's go on. So they said people were killed in the north, which of course is terrible. Again, even if it's one person, it's bad. But don't be using numbers to obscure the truth, which is what propagandists do. That's why this is well with everybody. May their souls rest in peace. Let's continue. Someone says, so now 5 times he do. It was even more than 5 times. it was 7,000 times. It did times 7.5. Oh, let's just say times 7. Between 7 and 8,000, went to 10,000, went to 30,000, then became 50,000 in 69. Not that it was counting people that were dying during the war. It was referring to the same event of 66. It was retroactively adding dead bodies to those who were dead. Like, it's crazy. Anyway, let's read a few more things. So it says 50,000 Igbos killed in the north. We said that's a lie, but let's assume that, people sometimes, they believe the propaganda. So let's even say it's okay. Number 2, 10,000 Igbos killed in other parts of Nigeria between 1967 and 1970. Number 3, 30,000 Igbos maimed in the pogroms between 1967 and 1970. Number 4, 50,000 severely raped women. Number 5, 50,000 assaulted and maimed. I'm trying not to go into the numbers because if you have to explain every number, it will look as if one is trying to debunk everything. But that particular number 1 is documented. That's why. And it's also the oldest lie in the book as far as the war is concerned. One of the oldest lies. So, but let's continue. Number 5, 50,000 assaulted and maimed. Number 6, 600,000 killed during the war. Comme ça. Number 7, 900,000 children who died. Number 8, 500,000 women raped. Oh, they say 50,000 women severely. Number 9, 2 million children now intellectually permanently retarded. The sad part is that those children gave birth to children. Some of those children are the ones that come on social media be insulting you. 2 million children now intellectually permanently retarded. Number 10, 2 million Igbos who were psychologically traumatized. Number 11, 2 million refugees. Number 12, additional liabilities not based on human beings. But instead of them to say that come and build psychiatric hub, they said they wanted total financial claims based on the above. 8 trillion, 680 billion, 150 million naira, which will never come. That was Waneze Ndigbo, a call for reparation and restitution. It's not going to come. Last year, Waneze raised the figures to 10 trillion. They said they wanted 10 trillion naira. That money cannot come for obvious reasons. And I've mentioned it last week. If you were not here, please listen to the tape. The reason it's not going to come. Someone says, given how some use numbers to obscure truth, like propagandists. Okay. Sorry, it's from TikTok. What was I saying? I explained why that would not happen. And it's not because of hate. It's just basic common sense. If you think basic, you don't have to think deeply to understand the fact that this thing doesn't make sense. And I'll tell you why. While it's a war, right? And it's terrible. People die. It's horrible, right? But why they were killing Igbos were not sitting there and saying, yeah, come and kill us. They were also killing other people. And in some very terrible cases, eating their flesh, okay? Especially in Port Harcourt, serving it in restaurants. And I've said it before, I'll say it one more time. In this country, our primary export is oil. Hopefully it gets better. We stop being a mono economy. But for now, it is oil. Okay? That's where we get most of our foreign exchange from. At least much of it, if not most. Now, here's the thing. When it comes to oil, producing states. Thereabout, okay? I mean, give or take. We have others, but they've not started giving us money yet. So the ones who are producing and making money from the oil output, oil production, Delta, Rivers, Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, Lagos, Edo, Ondo. Then you have, we have more than 8. You have Anambra, Abia, and Imo. So 11. Actually bringing out money. Ogun is now producing, but we're not making money from that yet. So we're not going to count Ogun just yet. So here's the thing. If you take out the 3 who are from the southeastern part of Nigeria, Anambra, Abia, and Imo, you're going to have 8 others. That's where I was going. You have 8 apart from those 3. But here's the thing. Anambra, Abia, and Imo are not really contributing a lot as far as oil is concerned. They may have other things to contribute. Enugu has coal. Imo has gas deposits. which is not as much as it's been touted, but that's talk for another day. But the point is, when you put together the total output of oil from the southeast of this country, it is less than 2%. 1 second. Total output, as far as oil is concerned in this country, from the southeast. That's why Soludo told us a couple of months ago that the southeast contributes only 8% to Nigeria's GDP. It's just as if we live together because, we're all Nigerians, let's all love each other. But when you begin to talk to people anyhow, you should be reminded what your reality is. You're literally living on the benevolence of other people. It's the truth. Wallah, is the truth. You have VAT from the southeast. 5 states contributed VAT. Put together, you have to multiply it by 3.2 to get to what Oyo State they don't contributed. Okay? It tells you there's a problem. Just that the crazy part is just that it is the one that is troubling everybody that is also insulting everybody. The northeast, where you have Sambisa, where you have Boko Haram, they have more VAT than the southeast, where they insult everybody. Anyway, where I'm going is this. If you remove those 2 states, right, number one, they contribute about less than 2%. At the highest, when it was they did well, it was 2.1%. Where they really did well was 2.1%. So that means it's okay. I mean, half bread is better than pop-off, like they say. I'm sorry. Since there's a proverb that Nigerians just scatter. I mean, we know half bread is better than none, but Nigerians says half bread is better than pop-off. And it is, I never thought about it the way I just thought about it, so it's quite funny. But let's get back to the story. Anyway, half bread is better than none. So less than 2% of the total output, as far as oil is concerned, in Nigeria comes from the southeast. The remaining 98% comes from every other place. So you have Edo, okay? You have Edo, then you have Lagos, and then you have Ondo. That is about 2.7. Lagos, just a little bit over 3%. Ondo has a little higher than that. And then you now have the big 4. Delta, Rivers, Bayelsa, and Akwa Ibom. Here's the crazy part of the story. Every single state that I mentioned, apart from those 3 states in the southeast, every single state that I mentioned right now that are producing oil and generating income for Nigeria, Biafran forces invaded all those states and killed people in all those states. They kill people in Delta State, in Akwa Ibom State, in Bayelsa State, in Rivers State. Those ones, if you see the Rivers people act the way they do, you may want to criticize them. Maybe you should please read before you criticize those people. They were killed in their own land. They were served their own meat, their own flesh as meat inside a restaurant. If you think I'm lying, read the book by a Rivers man. In fact, 2 books. I mentioned them last week. I'll mention them again. Read them, Ojuku's War, Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion. Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion by Nebo Graham Douglas. Okay? You get it for free on our Telegram channel, Redomi Global. So people are saying I'm doing hate speech, so please tap on TikTok. They are reporting this live. These people are retarded. You will insult people just anyhow. We'll now discuss history. You'll be reporting. They are reporting this speech, by the way. So sorry, they are reporting this live on TikTok. So if you're on TikTok, please tap. Maybe I think it will help. But again, we'll all talk about this thing. That's why we say there's no history in Nigeria. There's no history in Nigeria. Oh yeah, let's read books now. People are now reporting. And I'm not even cursing people. I'm not insulting you. We're just talking. And we're talking with sources. So why are people triggered? I don't get triggered when you're cursing me out. Meanwhile, I think some people are also learning to curse them out as well. I don't think it's the right path, by the way. We don't have to curse anybody. We're just going to discuss facts, right? So let's go back to what we're discussing. These guys went to all those states and invaded and unalived people. Maybe it's also the word, unalived. So, the things I said, think about how it happened in those states. Whether it was Delta, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Bayelsa, Ondo, the other thing happened. Benin, in Edo State, Benin, Auchi. They went all the way up to Auchi. They even went to Okene in Kogi State, Biafran forces. They went to Ugeli, Sapele, right? Wari in Delta. In Akwa Ibom, those ones, they wasted them. Promised that he would build, I think we're offline. Okay, we're back on YouTube. That he would build 15 psychiatric outposts in the southeast. He has to. Why? Because even the elders said during the Oputa panel that 2 million children were intellectually permanently retarded. I'm not making it up. It's inside this book. Intellectually permanently retarded. 2 million Igbos were psychologically traumatized. And like I said, jokes aside, when it comes to traumatic events, it's important that we go beyond rehabilitation as far as infrastructure, just about infrastructure. Like, oh, we rehabilitated the place, their schools, their buildings, everywhere is painted. It's about the mind. It needs to be rewired, right? And that's why you see people who see nothing good in this country, but they want to lead the country. Criticize the country. Bangladesh went to Bangladesh, China went to China, Indonesia is better than Nigeria, but I must rule Nigeria. Why not go and become a senator or an apprentice in Bangladesh? People hate the country, call it a zoo, but they want to rule the country. A lot of what you see from the south is what you call cognitive dissonance. You would recognize it if you were thinking straight, but if you don't, if you have the issues, underlying issues, you will not see how you can hold two contradictory views at the same time. It's different from having two disparate thoughts. These are two contradictory thoughts and views, but you hold it. E.g., I am better than everybody, but I'm the victim of everybody. That's supposed to be our topic today, but maybe tomorrow we'll talk about it. Can Igbo presidency heal Igbos? Because they asked Peter Obi, he talked about it. They asked another Igbo gentleman, he said presidency will heal Igbo land. I disagree 100%. 1,000. Let's just say 100%. I disagree. Again, not out of 8. We will read books when we want to discuss it. The point is, the times where everybody just chills and people just dump on us and insult us and tell us to just believe because I told you so, that's not going to happen again. And this is not fighting. Sincerely, God sees my heart. We are trying to help each other. Okay? And the way to help each other is to start with the truth rather than all this rubbish propaganda, that people's fathers told them when growing up. With these few points of mine, I hope I'm helping somebody. Having said that, let us go to today's topic. Today we're discussing three main things, apart from other things, which we might also dabble into. Obasanjo's father unveiled, Peter Obi's speeches and clashes, Peter Obi's speeches and chances, and then we have the Catholic priest. But again, please indulge me, just in case somebody from House of Rock is listening, want to crave indulgence. I think we should also do something, maybe send something to the National Assembly. It's important that Buhari's promise to the Southeast is fulfilled. 15 mental outposts, 15 psychiatric outposts in the Southeast. Like I said earlier, I'm not saying this to insult anybody. I'll read some of the headlines. People's Gazette, 5th April 2023, Buhari regime to establish 15 mental health outposts in Southeast. Sun Nigeria, 6 April, FG to build 15 psychiatric outposts in the Southeast. Outposts in Southeast. Guardian News, FG to make mental health accessible in Southeast. Vanguard, Enugu Psychiatric Hospital to establish 15 outposts in Southeast. Legit, Buhari to open psychiatric outposts across 15 senatorial districts in Southeast states. Channels TV, Nigeria to construct mental health clinics in Southeast Central District. Listen, every part has their own issues. Nobody only pass. Everybody has issues. Every region has issues. But this one is mental. You cannot, on a daily basis, be insulting everybody and not tell them that you don't have mental problem. All right, let's go to our topic for today. So let us begin with the first thing, and then we'll mix the rest up because of time. No, we're just starting, so we don't have a problem with time. Someone says, I tell you, Buhari. No, Buhari said that, really. Buhari made that promise. And since government is a continuum, there should be continuity. We want the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to fulfill Buhari's promise to the Southeast, build those places. You are actually the person that is on scene. Your mind. It's a book by Joyce Meyer. It's titled Battlefield of the Mind. The battleground, the mind is the battleground. If your mind is messed up, you'll be talking rubbish. You can have money, you'll be talking like you don't have sense. Because you literally don't have sense. Which is what we see all over the place. People just disturbing our peace and talking rubbish. We will talk about it today. But let's get into this. By the way, there's a report. No, let me not change the topic. Let's talk about the topic. There are many things I want to talk about, but I want to also stay on topic, right? So let's begin with Obasanjo's father, Unveiled. So last week I did a video and I put it out, and somebody said, so I was talking about Obasanjo's work from the Yoruba perspective, that a lot of Yoruba elders and politicians do not believe that he represented Yoruba interests. And it's understandable because he wrote himself um, that when he had a conversation with Papa Onosanya in Surulere, this was 99, I think, that Papa Onosanya asked him, what are we going to do with Yoruba presidency or with Yoruba president? And he said he screamed, I'm using his words, I screamed, and I said, Nigeria presidency should not be trivialized by tribalism. I just quoted him verbatim. Excuse me. Nigeria's presidency should not be trivialized by tribalism. Now, that's his view, and he has a right to his view. And so I went on to explain that I understand where it's coming from, because when people become parochial and begin to push sectional interest, sometimes, in most cases, to be honest, they do it at the expense of others. But historically, when you look at the Yoruba perspective, whatever it is that Yoruba people have pushed as policy standpoints in Nigeria, for the most, I mean, always, to be honest, it has always been for the benefit of the entire country. And I said, you have to go, if you go all the way back to the Egbe Moduduwa Charter in 1945, from the very first um, charter that they drew in London, that's with people like Chivawolo, Chivakere, Akintola Williams, and the rest of them, that Rotimi Williams. What you'll notice is that they had a plan. They had plans for Yoruba land, and they also had plans for Nigeria. So when we say things like you're pushing a Yoruba agenda, what people think is you want to have Yoruba domination. But what's really happening is people are actually putting forward some that will benefit the country. And an example, of course, you'll find in the book by Chief Olusegun Osuroba. The book is titled Battle Lines. And he said that when the AD governors met with Chief Obasanjo before the 2003 elections, they said they were going to support him based on some conditions, which included devolution of powers, removal of some things from of some responsibilities from the exclusive list to the concurrent list, fiscal federalism, conducting national census, credible national census. By the way, I wrote an article about that I put out yesterday. So if you're interested, you can see it on Twitter, you can see it on Facebook, and also on YouTube. On Busuris. The article is actually quite nice, if I do say so myself. But the point I'm trying to make is that when you look at all the details, all the conditions, and all the demands they had, it wasn't to say give your Bible something over others. However, and this is so Baba Basanjo's credit, when you look at other regions, for the most part, it's always about what you can give to them. As a matter of fact, in this country, there's been one region that said they were going to get into other people's places and take over. Okay? I mean, they felt they're also doing this in order to retaliate. That's the North. In this country, there's also another group that decided to destroy every other region in order to take over every place, everywhere, and become the numero uno and be in charge of everything in this country. That's the East. It's historically factual. I don't say things. There are facts. There are records. I can just present to you. There are plans for every region, including their own. What to do to the minorities in the Eastern region, what to do to people in the Midwest, to people in the West, people in the North, and how to have Igbo domination. They wrote it down. It is well. Anyway, so if you look at it from that perspective, it's going to look as though if you say you have a Yoruba stuff, you're actually doing something to elevate your people above others. I don't think that's the right way. As a Nigerian, no Nigerian is better than any other Nigerian. A Yoruba person is not superior to another Nigerian. If you get what I mean? We're all Nigerians. Point is, it's the same thing to every other person. We are Nigerians. By the way, that you tell me you're superior is because in reality you are inferior. But I will not say it because I want to tell us that we're all Nigerians. But if you keep telling me that you're superior to everybody, you're better than everybody, it's actually because you are less. It's a product of inferiority complex. That's how it works. But whenever you say superiority complex, it's not so different from inferiority complex. Okay? When you come around saying that God has specially made you, all those nonsense that people say, the people that say it, whoever says it is less. If you fight, God will help you. Anyway, all of that to say that when I now put out the video, people went out and said, "Oh, that because Obasanjo was not on the AD side, is that somehow Obasanjo was not Yoruba." Now, just to back up a bit, if you go back to 45, look at the charter that Egwemotudu drew out in 45, 47 when it was established in Lagos, 48 when it was inaugurated in Ife, all the way to 51 when Action Group started, 78 when UPN started, Unity Party of Nigeria, to 98 when AD Alliance for Democracy started. Is essentially, you see the same thread running through all these organizations. It's Afenifere. You want good for yourself and for others. Okay. And so for us as Yoruba people, we expect that if you're going to be representing us at any level in politics, you should be from that, what's the word now? From that lineage. Not just that you're Yoruba, but that you have that mindset of good for your people and for others. And of course that's Papa's lineage. That's our lineage. I'm not talking about biological lineage. I'm talking about ideological lineage, right? Now, Obasanjo was not part of that. Okay, which is why we keep saying that Obasanjo did not represent Yoruba people during, in 1940, sorry, in 1999. But that's not because he's not Yoruba. It's also important to explain that just because a person doesn't follow Papa's path does not in any way erase the ethnicity or the ethnic identity. You can decide not to care about ours, but I wish you didn't. But if you decide not to, it does stop you from being Yoruba. However, some people have been saying that, oh, he's not Yoruba, it's just his mother that is Yoruba, his father was Obi or something like that. So much so that a few days ago, Charles Oputo, Charlie Boy, actually asked Obasanjo if he was actually Yoruba. We're going to listen to Obasanjo's response, but I also want to read Obasanjo's memoir so we can actually, hopefully, uh, understand this. And if you're a Yoruba person, if you have an issue with Obasanjo, it's okay. You can have issues with anybody. But I think we should be very careful when we say things like he's not Yoruba because somebody said this and that. I don't think it's fair on his person. Having said that, let's now listen to some of this stuff. Let's begin with an elder who used to be a senator and what he had to say about Obasanjo's Yorubaness. I actually had this thing sorted earlier, and then we'll listen to Charlie Boy's interview. Someone says Obasanjo is a nationalist, is an Egba man like me. I know his sister and other relatives. I mean, I'm happy that you know his family members, but define nationalism. Guys, please let's take a break, just a few minutes break. Let's engage Olat. Olat, please define nationalism. You guys pay attention. No? I'll find what I'm looking for the video. Please explain what nationalism is. There's a lot there. So there is this mistaken notion that people have about nationalism. Since the 1940s, if you use the word nationalism in reference to Nigeria, is because you probably don't know Nigeria's history. With all due respect, Nigeria is not a nation. Nigeria is not a nation. I love Nigeria. I want the best for Nigeria. But Nigeria is not a nation. And it will not be one. And it's not a problem. Nigeria is a country, yes, but it is not a nation. And once you say it's a nation, that's why you begin to call every other person tribe. I'm Yoruba by nationality. I'm a nation. I'm sorry, I'm from Yoruba nation. Nigeria is a country with many other nations, right? So you can have Yoruba nationalists. The idea of Nigerian nationalism actually died when Zeke and the rest of them began to push ethnic supremacy above the Nigerian identity. The rest of Nigeria understood very quickly in the 1940s that this man was actually shouting or touting nationalism and Africanism or whatever, but in reality was pushing ethnic supremacy of his own Igbo race. I mean, you can make of that whatever you will, but I think people have already moved past that thing where we can be, told that, oh, he's a nationalist. But if you say he has one Nigeria in mind, I cannot disagree with you. Now, I want to quickly explain something before we even play this thing. This introduction is too long, but we'll get there. Obasanjo is not really wrong in his outlook. I think that's the other part that we also have to understand. People think because he's not supporting what everybody Yoruba person is saying, he's not representing Yoruba, and he did not represent Yoruba. He even said it that he doesn't do tribal politics, as though the word tribal is somehow like demeaning when you are pushing Yoruba interests or whatever. He said it, so it was never really representative of Yoruba people. But he's Yoruba. But here's the point: we have to understand that there is a reason things are the way they are. Remember that Obasanjo was a soldier. He trained in the army, and the duty was to guard the territorial integrity of the country. They have to see Nigeria as what it is, even though what they have is an abstract idea of Nigeria. It's a barracks idea of Nigeria. It's not the real Nigeria, but it's something that they have to conjure. So when you hear soldiers talk about Nigeria, there's a way to talk about, and I respect it, because if you don't have that kind of mindset, you may not be able to defend at least the way they did. We need to change the mindset, not to do it better. But you cannot fault that generation because that's what they had. For them, everybody is the same. There's no different culture. It's just one Nigeria because it's ethnicities are mixed together in the barracks. So that's how we are in the country. It's a lie. The barrack culture, the army culture is different from the Yoruba culture or the Igbo culture, but we don't have the army culture. Individuals that have ethnic identity, not army identity. He has an army identity, and I get it. And there's nothing wrong with it. I don't know how to explain. Sometimes you may disagree with somebody, but still see where they're coming from. And like, you know what? I get where you're coming from. It's not the best option in a multi-ethnic space like Nigeria, but I understand where you're coming from. From a military perspective, it's totally understandable. But we are not soldiers. We have ethnic identities. We cannot wish their identity away. I can't say, oh, forget it, just become one Nigeria. It's not going to happen. And let me say it again. There is no country on earth where they behave like this and make progress. Go through Europe. If you are looking for a place where they really delineate a lot, it's Europe. They don't do one Kinika, one this, one that, one Africa, one Europe. Africa is blessed with all this rubbish oneness that they're looking. I don't know how an entire continent will just sleep and face one direction. We're looking for unity. Build. You're looking for unity. It's not easier to have unity in, let's say, in tens and hundreds. Let me give an example. Let me finish that thought. In tens and hundreds, than to be looking for a way to have unity of 1 billion people. Jesus was going to feed 5,000 men and women. 5,000. Sorry, 5,000 men, not counting the women and children. So give or take 15, 20,000 people, right? You know the story. Whether you're a Christian or not, that's not the point. Just listen to the story. Eh? God bless you. I was going to feed these people. He had to multiply the bread and fish. So he prayed, according to the story. He prayed, and then he. But before he prayed, he did something. After he got the bread and fish that he needed, just 5 loaves and 2 fish. It's a miracle. So don't sweat it. Trying to understand how it happened, but just listen to the process. There's a there's a principle in it that you can use. When he got the 5 loaves and 2 fish, which would not really do much, he told his disciples to make the people sit in groups of 50s and 100s. Sit in groups. In Nigeria, they say, no, you have to feed the 1,000, this 15,000 people at the same time. Be a miracle worker. You are power. You are in the Boski. Power. Liquid metal. Rubbish. Jesus said, no, let them sit in small groups. 50, 100, 50, 100. After they had sat down in groups, he then began to give the loaves to his disciples, not to the people, to the disciples, who then gave the stuff to the people. The principle there is this. It makes more sense to build in silos, like in groups like that, and then at the end of the day, everybody is filled. You even have 12 baskets remaining. Than to sit there in one place and be shouting, I feed all of you in the name of Jesus, and be throwing something. There will be stampede, people will die. The kind of mindset we have in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole is a miracle that will make all these 20,000 people get fed at the same time immediately. Instead of saying that, you know what, create your own group, do something here, do something for that group, do something for that. By the time you do it for all the groups, everybody is fed. You even have more to export. But no, we're looking for unity, which makes no sense. But hopefully at some point we're going to wake up. Anyway, let us begin what we came here to do. Take a listen to this clip.
The Southwest.
Obasanjo?
No. President Obasanjo is an Igbo man. Came from Anambra State. His father is an Igbo man.
So in case you're just joining us, all we talked about Jesus' multiplication is important too, but it's not the topic. The topic is Obasanjo's father unveiled, Peter Obi's speeches and chances, and then Catholic bishops. So we're revisiting that stuff about Obasanjo. Is it true there's an Igbo man? This one senator, a Yoruba man, who is an elderly person, by the way,
It is the turn of
who claimed that Obasanjo was not a Yoruba man. This was before the last election. Please take a listen.
It is the turn of the Southwest. The Southwest has never been president before.
But we've had Olusegun Obasanjo.
No. President Obasanjo is an Igbo man. Came from Anambra State. His father is an Igbo man.
Do you have evidence to this, sir?
My friend, it is he who should come out and say, no, he's not an Igbo man. Everybody knows that it is not a hidden fact. His father became the Obi of Onitsha. So let's put that aside. Zeke was also an Igbo man. The last president is an Igbo man. Three of the three presidents were from the south. They are all Igbos. They are from the southeast.
Jonathan is south.
Jonathan Azikwe. Does also have people near Azikwe.
Okay, that's not my business. I don't know. I mean, I think you should hear what he has to say about.
There are Igbos in
the Igbo
south
speaking
side.
part of
Yes.
South.
Okay,
Yes.
that's not my business for today. Today's conversation is not about whether Jonathan is Igbo or not. But he mentioned Obasanjo not being Igbo, not being Yoruba, that is Igbo. It is true that there is a picture of a man who was Obi in the late 60s, early 70s, Obi Onitsha, who looked a lot like Obasanjo. But I don't think it is fair to use resemblance as the basis of a person's identity. For instance, Usher and P Square, they look alike. Have you noticed that Peter and Paul look like Usher? Usher Raymond, the musician in the UK, in the US. Sorry, is it just me? Have you noticed it before? Have you ever noticed that Peter and Paul Okoye, they look like Usher? Does that mean they're from the same family? No. I don't think it's fair to say, just because they look alike, you know, that's why it's like that. That's one. Number two, I'm going to play you what Obasanjo himself said. But before I do that, I want to read you something from his Why am I doing this? Because I've seen it in this comment section before. I just did not talk. When people say, "Oh, he's not Yoruba," that's why he's not thinking about Yoruba people. Again, a person may not follow the ideology of Yoruba people. It doesn't change the fact that they are Yoruba. Okay, I mean political ideology, I should say. The political ideology, the general political ideology of the majority of us, doesn't change the ethnic identity. And I think it's not fair to say, "Oh, a person is not Yoruba just because he doesn't believe in Awo." And he did not believe in Awo, and he didn't mince words. You find it in one second. I'm trying to remember the book. Not My Will. He talked about it in Not My Obasanjo talked about it in Not My Will. It wasn't a big fan of Papa, but we'll talk about that later. Let's read his own autobiography. I think that's let's ask him. And someone asked in the comment section right now, who else has Obasanjo as a family name? I think we need to understand something also. That Yoruba people did not use to have surnames. Okay, the way we now have surnames. What you had, one second. Oh dear. By the way, if you're on YouTube, I'm going to reach out. I'm going to read your comments in a bit. I'm sure there'll be interesting things there. Just give me a second. Let me get something sorted here. So I was saying, just to answer the person in the comment section, Yoruba people did not used to have surnames, okay, or things like that. What you had was your name, your oriki. That's all, and of course you have your father's name. So when people start going to school, right, with the arrival of the British, what happened was people started using their father's name as their son. As a matter of fact, my father's name is my surname. I prefer that to, I prefer his name as my surname. Also because that name, once you hear that name, you know it's from Ife. But the point I'm trying to make is people use their fathers, even my own father used his own father's name as a surname, which is okay. Now, some people even use their brother's name. Tẹ́pọ̀ ló register in school, òun ló mú lọ sílé ìwé pé ẹ bá ń forúkọ ẹ lẹ̀. Wọ́n lè forúkọ ẹ máa pè. Even happened to my own mother. Okay? So the point I'm trying to make is that surnames are different from family names, like compound, Orúkọ Agboli. We had our names, our Oriki. You have your father's name, and then you have the family compound name, not necessarily the family surname or whatever. You get what I'm saying? So you have Agboli this, Agboli that. But you may not. So if you are using that to judge and say, is there Agboli or Obasanjo? I don't think it's fair because he did not claim that Obasanjo is a family name. He actually said it in his book, who Obasanjo was. Instead of me to say it, let's read it. So let's read this book, the volume 1, Olusegun Obasanjo, My Watch. And I'm sure I'm going to have a great time. After this, please don't write in the comment section again that it's not Yoruba. But you will know why I'm saying that. This is a bit long, but I think it's going to be for fun. So let's get into it. You were born on Ifo Market Day. I had put my wares together for the market when I suddenly went into labor. It meant that I could not go to the market for that day. But before those who went to the market returned to the village, you were already born. User says you are making too many excuses for OBJ. No, we don't make excuses here. We talk rationally. We read books. We don't go about with rumors and innuendos. If you're coming here for the first time, welcome. But don't write that kind of thing in the comment section again. It's not like I'm a fan of Obasanjo. That's the funny thing. I'm not even a fan like that. But if you are unfair to people just because you're not really a fan, what does that make you? Back to the reading. You were born on Ifo Market Day. I had put my wares together for the market when I suddenly went into labor. It meant that I could not go to the market for that day. But before those who went to the market returned to the village, you were already born. That was how my mother described my date of birth. Ifo Market Day is every 5th day. Your guess is as good as mine as to which Ifo Market Day I was born on, and in what month and in what year. Normally, in the illiterate communities of those days, significant general or special events were used to date personal or family events. It could be just before or after the coronation of an Oba, or the year of a particular war or uprising, or the year of a disaster or natural calamity like flood, famine, drought, locust infestation, or an epidemic. It could even be an unusual event in the community, such as when a white man was first sighted in the village, or the year the first church, mosque, or school was built, or the year the village or community market was established. Marriages, birth, death, and other family events were normally dated, a normal way of describing much to determine an approximate period of my birth. We had only one church, a Baptist church in our village. Was my mother married into the village before the church was built? That question unearthed a lot more information. Please pay attention. We're talking about Olusegun Obasanjo. Olaogun, the founder of our village, was a brother of my great-grandmother, Dada Iyaoloti, who lived at Adenrele village near Ifo. My great-grandmother sent her granddaughter, my mother, to visit her brother, Olaogun, who was indisposed at his village. So you see, Obasanjo is his father's name, not his family name. Let's just read a few more things. It says here that Adebayo was his paternal uncle. Let me read it in his words. Adebayo was my paternal uncle. He was the firstborn of Bankole, my paternal grandfather, while my father, Obasanjo, was the lastborn. The gap between Adebayo and Obasanjo was so wide that Adebayo had stopped producing children when his father, Bankole, produced my father. My mother was of marriageable age when she was sent by her grandmother to visit Olaogun. Was noticed, I'll tell that again. My mother, who was of a marriageable age when she was sent by her grandmother to visit Olaogun, was noticed as a good enough girl by Adebayo and as suitable for his kid brother, Obasanjo, as a wife. Adebayo spoke to his friend Olaogun and it was signed, sealed, and delivered. That could not have been a problem between two ordinary friends, let alone two very close ones. My mother was married into the village before the church was built. That was a fact that was not in dispute. My research indicated that the church was built in 1934. I was born around the time of the building of the church. I was made to understand that I was actually taken to the church building for Thanksgiving and blessing after 3 months of my birth. All right, the other things he wrote about his birth and stuff. But the point I'm trying to make is this. He mentioned names. He mentioned uncles. He mentioned, maternal uncle, paternal uncle, great grandmother, grandmother, Bankole, the father of, Obasanjo. Okay. So the point is, Adebayo was his uncle. The point I'm trying to make is that from his own Guinea, he stated who his father was. And my question is this: those who insist that he's not a Yoruba person, what do you want to gain from that? All right, that's one. Number two, I want you to listen to him say something. Sorry, this was when he was interviewed by Charles Oputa this last week. Take a listen to this.
Where you are from originally has been a subject. Where you are from originally has been a subject of debate. Some people say you be Igbo guy, and that is why you like Igbos a lot. So what is it? What do you say? Are you really Igbo, or where are you from?
Well, fortunately, my daughter is here. Before I refer to
Where is she? Oh, there you are.
before I refer to my daughter, who will probably be able to answer that question better, my father is from Abeokuta. My mother is from Abeokuta. I can take you to my father's compound in Abeokuta. I can take you to my mother's compound in Abeokuta. But if anybody then says I am an Igbo,
well and good.
I will not quarrel with him.
Yeah.
Because that is own description of me. And so be it. If you call me an Igbo, I won't because of that go and look for a gun to shoot you.
All right, so
where you are from.
So that's Obasanjo explaining where he's from. I just want to say that if you want to criticize him I think you should. I mean, you can criticize him based on what he has done, but I don't think it's fair to criticize him based on his identity, particularly when you don't have anything solid. All right. Um, we also have to be able to elevate conversations so we don't become, just people, talking in there. Someone says, no wonder he hates our Lord. Philom Key, give us one thing he did that that one proof that he hated our. I was going to read the letter that he wrote. Let's be careful, Sha. I'll mute this guy. Oh. Why do you keep repeating that he's evil? Just because you are repeating it. So you are doing exactly what the people you are saying do that I don't like. The propaganda, that's what you're doing. Just because you repeat a thing over and over again doesn't make it true. Anyway, I just wanted to read this so that we, hopefully on this platform, stop saying that. Criticize based on what he has done and what he has not done, or what you expect him to do, or his policies, or things like that, rather than he's not Igbo, it's Igbo, he's not Igbo, it's Igbo. He's not. I don't think it's fair. But again, I'm not his biggest fan when it comes to his relationship with Papa, but I can acknowledge the good things he did even as civilian president. And I think of all the presidents since 1999 before Tinubu, Obasanjo was the best. You don't have to agree with me, but I think Tinubu is surpassing him, Sha, which is a beautiful thing. Like the next generation should do better than the previous one. But um, sorry, can you hear me now? Yeah, but when it comes to what he's done a lot of great stuff. So that's that about Obasanjo's father. Sorry, Olusegun Obasanjo's father. His father is Obasanjo. So when you say what's his family name is definitely clearly not Obasanjo. I hope we've answered that one. Le- Sorry, guys. I think that video is a bit longer. 1 second. Okay, that's what I was talking about. Picking Atiku as his second in command. 1 second, please. Okay, we already listened to it. Let me just read some of the comments on YouTube and Facebook. Um, Mr. Abwegbepo, thank you very much. King, I don't know if you're a monkey, that's why you're dropping a banana peel, but I think you should do better. Nobody needs your coins if you intended to insult. I'm not your relative. God bless you. Um, the monkey, because you have to be a monkey to be throwing banana peel to people. In the comment section, I'm not going to have time for you. God bless you. But sincerely, you have a problem with being in the zoo. Mr. Abubakar says thanks. Thank you, sir. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Let me read what he said because it's actually very good. Mr. Abubakar is one of our elders. He says, thanks, bro, for all the patient and relentless trouble you take to reference documented materials all to our benefit. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I don't want to read it slowly because it's um I don't want my head to sweat. But thank you very much, Mr. Abubakar, for that kind statement. Why is this person sending me $2 like this? You send me 1.49 USD, then you insult me. When your ways please the Lord, He will make your enemies to be at peace with you. Oh, Badu. Ademilola says deep down they know of the people's gory and solid past, which is why they're aggressive in whitewashing it by playing victim of bullying to deflect or shut up people. I'll talk about Igbo presidency tomorrow. We'll listen to tapes and we'll respond to it. Mr. Aboikpepo on YouTube says our ancestors say Soro Soro Ranti Eni To Mo Ogbo. Thank you, sir. Super 91 says I want to sponsor your podcast. Thank you. Reach out to me on Telegram. I hope you are if you sponsor me, you can't tell me what to say, shall just know that. You can reach out on Telegram at Busui Oris if you're really serious. Thank you very much. Oluwaseun Oni, on Facebook says a nationalist is someone who believes that their nation, which is a group sharing common language, culture, history, ethnicity, or territory, should have significant political autonomy or sovereignty, and who prioritizes the interest, identity, and unity of that nation, often above other loyalties like international bodies, other groups within a multi-ethnic state, or global cooperation. Definitely, Nigeria is not a nation. 100% correct. Okay, I need to clap for you. Thank you for that worded, comprehensive definition. And it is true, right? Nigeria is not a nation, and it is not a problem. And I love Nigeria. Here's the funny thing in this country: the people who are shouting is a nation must be one, must be one. They are the ones who call that Nigeria a zoo. What's up? It must be one, but you call it a zoo. It is one. It is as one as it can be. It just has to be better structured. And I know I've said it before, but please permit me to say this one more time, at least for now. Nigeria will begin to make progress when the constituent units make progress. And the truth of the matter is that on paper, the constituent units are the states. Abia, Umaya, Adamawa, Yola, Anambra, Oka, Bauchi, Akwa Ibom, Uyo. That is what you see on paper. Those are the states. And we hope that those states make progress on paper. That's the constituent unit. In reality, regardless of whether you believe it or not, our constituent unit is actually our ethnicities. That's why, especially those who are, I don't want to use the word better evolved, but I've used it. Hopefully you can sift through it. Those who, no, let me not say it that way because it's going to sound like an insult. The point is, at the core of our agitations or our representations, what you see at the core is our ethnic identity. Regardless of what we want to, you see, I like it when people are just truthful. It is there. Don't wish it away. So those the ethnic identities that you have, don't try to, put it on the back burner and act like it doesn't really matter. It does. That's your nationality. That's why you have your language, your customs, your culture, your identity is rooted in your ethnicity. Nigeria has no language, no culture. The only thing you can call Nigerian culture is maybe hostility, hustle and tenacity, which is actually a product of the sorry situation of struggling that people say. So I don't see how that is even cool. Okay? So in reality, what you call Nigerian culture is, it would even be better if it's like an aggregate. It's not even an aggregate. It's just one representing the rest. Nigerian music is mostly Yoruba music. Nigerian movies right now, the ones that are buzzing, that people actually watching, not the, where they're from. Nigerian fashion, Nigerian wedding, all those things that people use. That's why we're also trying to reclaim those things and say it is Yoruba, and it is Yoruba. All right, and there's nothing wrong with saying it is Yoruba. It doesn't mean that you're a tribalist. It means that it's like being in the UK and somebody wearing a kilt and calling it British culture. It's not British culture. It's Scottish. To say that kilt belongs to Scotland doesn't mean that you are tribalist. It just means that you have sense. To say the kilt is British just means that you don't have sense, essentially. It's ours now. The point is, people can. I can't claim Suya now because I know it's the Northerners. I hope we're good. All right, that's their own kidney. We have our own software. Everybody has their own kidney. Just embrace it. When you do that, you cannot build Nigeria. I'll say this and then we'll move on to the next topic. The best way Nigeria will grow, and I want Nigeria to grow. That's the truth, and I want it to thrive. The best way we can thrive is to stop thinking of ourselves like a village. Nigeria is not a village. It's vast, it's big, it's wide in everything. Okay? I don't even think of Nigeria as a country anymore. I think of it like a subcontinent. I've said this before, I'll say it again. You have more ethnicities in Nigeria than the entire Europe. That's a fact. Whether you go by the 54 number or by the 300, almost over 300 number, whichever way you look, you have more ethnicities in Nigeria than in Europe. You have more languages in Nigeria than in Europe. Some will say over 250. Europe officially has 24. Even if you count Russia and the different ethnicities and the languages, they don't fit to reach everybody together, no reach Nigeria. So why do you think of yourself like a village? We are one. We are one. Nigerian unity. That's why I don't see any sense in this Pan-Africanism that erases people's identities. It doesn't make it will never make sense. That's the same reason I don't see any sense in Nigerian identity that erases other people's identity. What is wrong with you where you are from that is so bad that you want to erase so that you can take on something else and want me to erase my own too so that I can be at the same level? In reality, it's because your identity is actually lower. I'm not mentioning anybody, just think about it. If you are comfortable in your own skin, you'll be proud of who you are. You are bringing something to the table. We don't come to Nigeria as, I use that word often, tabula rasa, nothing, empty slate. No, we didn't come here blank. We came here with this. This is my contribution to national development. That's why we call it unity in diversity. Not to have uniformity, which is a product of erasure. Because for you to have uniformity, which is what they call unity nonsense, unitary system, unity, the definition of unity from some people is actually uniformity. And you cannot have uniformity without erasure. Everything, excuse me, we have a retard who just stepped in. I'm going to have to send you back home. May God bless you and may you find transport fare. Mombo, I don't know what's your problem. I didn't even mention any ethnicity. You are the one that will still come and so. What is wrong with you people? It's not even, to be honest, nothing's wrong with you. It's your reality. This is how you are. Everybody should know, by the way, so that you stop all this. Particularly if you are from other parts of Nigeria, all this want to unite. You're not uniting for anything. Unity is you have a purpose, you have a goal. Let's unite to achieve this. Let's come together to do this. That's unity of purpose. That's what they do in every other developed country all over the world. Whether you look in Europe or Asia, that's what they do. It is only Africa that be looking for unity. And you're looking for unity from who? With whom? And it's an abstract idea that makes no sense because it doesn't really mean anything. It's just words, doesn't mean anything. And the person who wanted you to see what it looked like was the Rossi, and you saw what it looked like. If you didn't know what it looked like, just look at 66. That's unity. All of us own everything in this place. All the civil services are now removed. The regions have been abolished. We are one. Is that how to become one? So no, forget all this unity nonsense. Just do you, I do me. We come together. We do us. We grow. But not forget who you are. One Nigerian. Thank you very much for the gift, Tidan. I said all of that to say that we're talking about Obasanjo. The Obasanjo idea, that military idea, that's how it works in the military. One Nigeria. And if you read their books, right? If you read Obasanjo's books, My Command, Nzogu, he wrote a book called Nzogu, this man's book, Adewale Ademoyiga, Why We Struck. There's this idealistic perspective they have of the country that doesn't work. And that's why Nigeria cannot move forward based on all these clownish ideas like, oh, we are one, there's no difference, we're all brothers, which is why I thank God Almighty for the reversal of the national anthem. You see, Nigeria, we hail thee. That's your story. Arise, O compatriots, that's the gift of the army. That's after the war. It's a motivational song. I'm telling you, one nation bound in freedom, peace, and unity. We are together. All those things sound it shall never be in vain. It shall never begin. It shall never do this. Oh, rise. Oh, do this. It sounds nice. It's motivation. Sorry, is it motivational or motivational? Whichever one you want to call it. It's nice sounding, but it's not real. Nigeria will hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. That's how you build a nation. You recognize that you are different, then you now come together in brotherhood. Not that you say forget who you are because you want to unite. You always say national anthem. It's true now. This one that we're using right now it makes sense. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. I can be a brother to you, but that doesn't mean I should change my surname. So I can create a new one. Anyway, we'll keep talking about this thing. I know I've said it before. I'll say it again. Please, I've been saying it for a long time. I'll keep saying it. We will grow and develop once we delineate, and we don't accuse each other of tribalism when you're trying to grow your space. I'm not saying when you're trying to grow your space at the expense of others, which is what some people do. On lórí àwọn èèyàn kan láti ṣe nǹkan fún ara wọn, or they will take what belongs to other people and try to appropriate it in the name of unity. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying whatever is in your space, do it well. Whatever you want to contribute to Nigeria, contribute it, right? But work with others to build the country, right? I have no problem working with an Igbo man, with a Tiv man, an Idoma, a Kanuri, a Fulani, Hausa, Ijo. We're all Nigerians. But as I mentioned all of you right now, I must be able to also say I'm Yoruba without you throwing fits, throwing tantrums all over the place. Because I don't know. Once you mention you're Yoruba, people just start boiling like they are demon possessed. On social media by once you mention I'm Yoruba, oh, you're Japanese. We have a new clan on YouTube, by the way. All right, let me not mention you so I don't make you popular because you're not worth it. All right, we've done number 1. Let's go to number 2. Peter Obi's speeches. Peter Obi has been giving lambas. I mean, we're not new to that. We have been hearing lambas. Sorry, guys. We have been hearing lambas for a while, so it's not new. But we got a new level of lamba over the weekend. And I'm going to find you this video. Tomorrow we're discussing if Igbo presidency can heal Igbo land. Make it a date with us. God bless you real good. 1 second. While I'm trying to get that stuff, let me play you something from the development summit that I held a couple of days ago while I get you, prepare for the next topic. So this is from Governor of Anambra State, who I respect, by the way. And for those people who are shouting APC, APC, number 1, I'm not APC. I love everybody. I think APC is in town right now. They're doing very well. But I love Tinubu. Doesn't mean it's perfect, but I love what he's doing. His head is in the right place. I really love Ghana. I use the word, but not like I love Tinubu, obviously, because I don't know him that much. But what I know about him, I like him a lot and I respect him. Charles Soludo. And if Igbo people ever think of having somebody to represent them at the highest level, they should be thinking about people like this, people like Dave Umahi, people that can actually talk and the rest of the country will listen. Nobody that will be saying Bangladesh. Anyway, this is Dr. Charles Soludo. Take a listen, please.
Is listening to the Honorable Minister of Finance and listening to our keynote speaker. One key message that was given is that from a macroeconomic standpoint, Nigeria has stabilized and on the rise. And that leads me to a point that you made, Mr. Governor. You and I are on the same page. I haven't borrowed a dime since I became governor. But I will hesitate to make the other one that you added, which is that you will never. Because if you look at what you just said, I mean the title of this conference, Unlocking the Opportunities. Nigeria has a paradox, which this macroeconomic stability that has been achieved is something to celebrate, because we have to realize where we are coming from. When I became governor, I pulled Anambra State out of an ongoing World Bank loan, NG Cares. And Anambra was the only state that pulled out. Why? Because the macro fundamentals, the foreign exchange, the exchange rate distortions were such that I told the World Bank that even at zero interest, it was still the most expensive fund in the world, given what I knew was going to be inevitable, an exchange rate realignment much later. If you were giving me money and I changed it at 460 naira to the dollar today, when I know that tomorrow it will be over 1,000, even if you lend it to me at zero, the effective interest rate in it is over 100%. And so that's why Anambra pulled out. Today, that has changed. And therefore, breaking the paradoxes of Nigerian economy.
I'm Kiana, and I leveled up my...
Sorry, guys. Let's use another app to play it. The other one, get adverts. Just a second. Okay, we're listening to Governor Charles Soludo. That was the Delta State Economic Summit held a couple of days ago, and he was a guest, and he had a fantastic speech. We're going to listen to that, then we'll listen to the host's speech. That's the governor of Delta State. Give me a second, I'll play it, the same stuff, but from an app that will not give us, lots of adverts. Okay, so let's take a listen. So this should be here.
That has been achieved is something to celebrate, because we have to realize where we are coming from. When I became governor, I pulled Anambra State out of an ongoing World Bank loan, NG Cares. And Anambra was the only state that pulled out. Why? Because the macro fundamentals, the foreign exchange, the exchange rate distortions were such that I told the World Bank that even at zero interest, it was still the most expensive fund in the world, given what I knew was going to be inevitable, an exchange rate realignment much later. If you were giving me money and I changed it at 460 naira to the dollar today, when I know that tomorrow it will be over 1,000, even if you lend it to me at zero, the effective interest rate in it is over 100%. And so that's why Anambra pulled out. Today, that has changed. And therefore, breaking the paradoxes of Nigerian economy, we are a capital scarce economy, but which prior to 2023 was having a massive capital flight, double jeopardy. You have capital scarcity, but also losing capital in droves. Today is more reversed. You now have net foreign exchange reserves of about a little over 40 billion and gross reserves of about $52 billion, rising from 3 billion as at 2023. Rising from 3 billion as at 2023. So, and the exchange rate has become stable, more stable, predictable to a large extent, and therefore, Delta and Nigerian economy and subnationals will require foreign capital, be they Africa, be there from anywhere will require foreign capital, and the environment, the macroeconomic environment is more conducive to that. So I wouldn't make that kind of straw. I wouldn't maybe Delta, or you are my rich network, you have a lot of money and so on. So you can afford it. I'm not sure how many others can afford to do that.
All right, so he's able to see what's happening. Doesn't mean that everything is perfect in the country, but you can at least acknowledge what's being done and also talk about the things he's been able to achieve as governor, not having to borrow, because of course the FAC allocation to all the states have increased. And just about every state now tells you that they haven't had to borrow money to pay salaries, which should be the norm, but wasn't the norm. So now that it's the norm, we have to celebrate it. Even though people say, but that's not a big deal. It's a big deal when you know that it hasn't happened in a long time. All right. But that was Governor Charles Soludo of Anambra State. I want you to listen to the governor of Delta State, who himself was the host of this economic and investment summit. Take a listen to him.
It is also pertinent to point out that this government has prioritized sound public financial and prudent financial management. What this means is that prospective investors are coming to a state that is financially stable and provides an enabling environment for them to operate without let or hindrance. It is.
All right. Thank you very much for listening to that. We're going to get into other things very soon, but I'm a bit curious. So people are saying that nothing is going on in Nigeria. Nigeria has a lot of issues. We're going to listen to the Catholics, the Catholic bishops, some of the representatives in a bit. But everybody seems to be towing that line of complaint and murmuring. People should read Book of Numbers. Anyway, the point is, have you ever asked the question, how come the governors are able to pay salaries? Many of them are not. It's not like they're generating anything fresh, which is bad enough, by the way. It's not like there are new ways of making money in many of these states. So all of them are still collecting FAC, or depending, I should say, on FAC. Okay, so you have this situation where they're able to pay the salaries. Some of them are carrying on capital projects and they're not borrowing like they used to. Have you ever asked the question, why? Where are they getting the money from? That's one. Then number two, if they have that much money, what other things are they supposed to do in their states that they are not doing? And why, the third question, why are we focusing on the presidency for all the solutions to all our problems rather than also talking about the other tiers of government? Because of the legacy of Iransi, some of us still think that Nigeria is governed by one man. That's why people say things like, let the president call the governors and tell them what to do with the money he has received, or they have received from him. Number one, he did not give them any money. That money is from RMAFC. Number two, he cannot call them because he's not their Oga. People need to understand that if we're shouting constitution, as far as Nigeria is concerned, there are 3 tiers of government, and there are also 3 arms of government. Basic government and civics, but it's important to not assume that, I'm sure many of you know these things, but just humor me. You have 3 tiers of government: the federal, the state, and the local. All right. And then at the federal level, you have 3 arms of government. You have the executive, legislature, and the judiciary. Now, the president is not a military dictator. He is not Oga of the governors in reality. That's why, if you remember back in Obasanjo's days, and even Yar'Adua's days, you hear about the NGF, Nigeria Governors Forum, and they're still there today. They can decide to go against what the president wants to do. They have that right. They can come up with their own idea. When Jonathan was talking about excess crude oil account with Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, you know what the governor said they wanted to do with the money? They wanted it now, not Don't keep it for us. And they got it. The governors are not subservient to the president. They are heads of their own tier, of their own states. And they should be accountable to you just as the president. And the president cannot command them to do anything. He's not their guy, like, he's higher, if you get what I mean, but it's not like his guy to say, yeah, you collected money, go and do something. You are the citizens. You are the one who should ask them, particularly through the members of the House of Assembly, who are supposed to be the legislature at the state level. What are they doing? And if you want to protest like people just love to protest, how come we don't question those people? These are the things I want you to ruminate on as we listen to the Catholic bishops who went to see President Tinubu recently. Quite interesting that they said to be in the media after that tete-a-tete with the president. I didn't think it was necessary, but it is what it is, I guess. So let's begin with John Cardinal Onaiyekan, who is an emeritus priest. It was on our Rise News after the meeting with Obasanjo. Sorry, I'm looking at Obasanjo's picture, so that's why. After the meeting with President Tinubu, and this is what he said when he got on that TV channel. Take a listen to this.
That came very clearly in that statement that he made. In politics, all is fair. Is that true? If that is what politics is, that in politics everything can be done, provided you win election.
Well, clearly that's not correct.
That is
if
not
that's
correct.
what was said, then it is certainly not correct.
That is
Because
not. Well, we heard it.
there is propriety in everything. And,
and that is what we are worried about. We are worried about the fact that we see clearly that our government is bent on winning by all means. And unfortunately, they have a lot of means at their disposal to win. And they are deploying all those means in a way that eventually, even if we had a free and fair election, the votes of the people may not count. But we gave two warnings. Right. We gave two warnings. The one you mentioned. Not remember now. But the second one is that if we do not rearrange our election system to make sure that elections are really free, fair, and credible, it can lead to difficulties.
Right. I mean, you talked about the dominance of a one-party state.
Okay, yes.
And then
we want that the country doesn't gain anything by one-party state in a so-called democracy. There's nothing. Of course, we are not expecting Mr. President to help the opposition to defeat him. No. But the point we are raising is that even though the president has all the powers of incumbency, he is in the election. He is a candidate like any other. He is a candidate like any other. And that is why we call our electoral commission independent. Now, there are doubts in some quarters about how independent this electoral commission is.
But he talked about the electoral commission.
He said so. That it is
independent.
He says so. But like we also said, words are not enough.
All right, I'm going to play the president's response and I'm going to tell you what I think about it. But let me just answer the question that somebody asked in the comment section. Omolomo says, let me say the question again. It says, I have a question. Do the three arms work in sync across the three tiers? Is accountability tiered? Yes, actually, accountability is tiered. In the sense that the three arms are supposed to actually check each other. All right. Essentially, you have the three arms for checks and balances. So you don't have an autocrat. You have the legislature to check in an ideal situation, I should say. We're going to come back to the bishop very soon. In an ideal situation, they should be able to check the executive and so on and so forth. Although in Nigeria, we assume that checking them means that they have to be combative and they must always be fighting, like during Buhari and Saraki's Senate-led, tenure. That's not what it means. But essentially, they're supposed to actually check each other and be accountable to each other. All right, those three, at least that's the plan. And you also have that in the state at the state level. You also have that at the local government level. Um, it's just that we still have that mindset of a unitary system with the military because we had many years of military dictatorship, so we still think as though we have a head of states that can command anybody across Nigeria, which is not. That's not how things work. Someone says, "What's the relationship between federal, state, and local government executives, legislatures, and judiciaries?" I think you're taking us out of our topic, but they have what's the word now? The interface, right? So you have a situation where it's not like they are fighting each other; they work together. For instance, judiciary or the legislature or they have Alcon, is that what they call Algon, Association of Local Government Chairman of Nigeria, something like that. But the point is, sure, that they are autonomous, ideally. And now that you even have local government autonomy, in place, they are autonomous. Each of them can move independently, of course, guided by the constitution of the country. They can move, they can do what they're supposed to do without having to. My point really is to say that you don't have to expect that the one tier will command the other tier to do anything. That's the point I'm trying to make in an ideal situation. And so instead of us to ask the governors and the local government chairman if we have them, we just shouting president, president, president. Last week, I saw a presentation by the chairman of Agege local government. He made a presentation to the members of House of Assembly because he's also accountable to them. You see, he's accountable to them. So he made a presentation where he showed them the projects that he's doing in his local government. You have to also remember that he has members from his own constituency in the House of Assembly at the state level. Oh yeah, come so you can't say president should come and talk to local government, or you go and meet the House of Representatives member in Abuja. Oh yeah, come and talk to what's happening in Agege. No, you can have a situation where the House of Assembly members, are able to have that oversight as far as the work that he is doing in that local government is concerned. And he doesn't have to be told what to do by the state governor. This is why they say that when you want to have democracy, people have to be educated though. Because in Nigeria, we just shout president, 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 but we'll be fine. Anyway, let's move away from that so that we can do other things. Cardinal. So I think there's a point where religious leaders are supposed to speak truth to power, and it's important that they do so. And John Cardinal Onayekon has done that. There's a point where you begin to sound like opposition. I think we arrived at that point already. So when you begin to, say, oh, they have power of incumbency. So what should he do? He should not try to win because he wants to prove that he's a fair person. In other words, until he loses, he's not playing fair. If that's what you're waiting for, he will not lose. So, like I said, it's good for the religious leaders to speak truth to power. It's important that we have people who are not, we don't want to have sycophants in Nigeria. We don't want to have people just saying, yes, sir, you are right, Majolo, Twali Baba. People should be able to also say, do it here, do it here. However, they should also be able to say, this is what you are doing right. It's funny that these people went to Abuja. I didn't even know. The news was not about even on this interview that he did, nothing that the president is doing right. When you're not the opposition party, how can you have that, perspective to what's happening? You can't even say, okay, you know what, this is good, this you should improve. You are going there as if you are speaking on behalf of another candidate. That's what it sounds like. It sounds very partisan. But let me play you what the president said. By the way, you know what he said about INEC? INEC is not really independent. Anyway, this is what President Tinubu said in response. Take a listen, please.
I don't run away from what I inherited. I inherited the challenges. Am I doing something about it? Yes. I can tell you I'm doing something about it. And there will be resources to equip them, build new barracks, build special oriented crime wolves. Maybe they are afraid of their own shadows. and the uncertainty in the companies they keep, not me.
Some of the things they asked for the mission schools, which again, like I said, we think everything has to be from the president. The president is not the one in charge of schools. If people want to receive schools, you'd expect that they will talk to what's the word now? Um, the governors, right? Or maybe even local government chairman, who knows? Anyway, he talked about schools as well. Then they talked about security, and then talk about election. They also talk about the fact that people are hungry. People are hungry, and I've said it several times. I'll say it one more time. The idea that every time I talk in Nigeria, we should say people are hungry. You don't have to be a deep think. I mean, we must be able to go beyond how much is a bag of rice as the basis of what. I'm not saying this as somebody who doesn't understand that this can be tight sometimes. Things are tight for a lot of people, and it's a fact that people are struggling. But we also have to be very careful not to make it look as though the struggling began as soon as this guy got there, and that he's one responsible for the challenges. Now, it is true. To be fair, again, you see me go back and forth. It's not being hypocritical. It's just to find the balance. It is true that some of the policies beat hard, right? But it's also true that things are relaxed, at least a lot more than they were 3 years ago with the removal of subsidy. You have a lot of things happening. If you don't know anything that's happening in this country, you don't know fund. Go and tell those students that 40,000 naira a month and their tuition being paid, and tell their parents too that those things don't mean anything. Then they will tell you exactly what it means to them. You can talk about what's not working. Security there's a major issue with security in this country, and the economy also is coming back. I mean, like Governor Soludo said, it has stabilized, but we need to hear more than macroeconomics. We want to talk about what's happening to people on a daily basis. We want to see things, right? We want to see growth, right? We want to see that purchasing power is actually at optimum level. That would be impressive, right? So I get that. However, we should also acknowledge when things are going right. So when you have a group of people who say they're religious leaders, and they are religious leaders, by the way, representing a religious sect, and it sounds as though you have gone there to combat with the president, I don't think is the right way. But in case you don't know where I'm coming from, I'll play you something else from Cardinal Nayekon, and then I'll play you something else from the president as well. Take a listen to this.
You asked me, how did I see the face of the president
In reaction.
I was not surprised that he was not looking very happy. Not even his colleagues who were there. We knew that
Right.
this is different from the kind of statements that our president keeps
Right.
receiving from all kinds of people. And that is one of the things that worries us, that there are so many people hanging around Mr. President, giving him a rosy picture of what the country is, which it is not. And we felt that we have no duty to do that. Indeed, we have the obligation to help him to appreciate the reality of the situation in which we find ourselves. And that is the reality that we painted, which I know is not the kind of thing that he wanted to hear. And the reply shows very
I'm
clear.
concerned that your cross is going over your microphone.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah,
Go on.
yeah. And you can see his reply. We left that hall, both sides, knowing that, we said what we had to say. He said what he had to say.
So was it a frosty meeting? Would you describe it as fairly frosty? Because, I mean, many Nigerians have become accustomed to polite meetings between religious leaders and political leaders.
When the nation is bleeding, you can't expect a polite meeting with the head of state. We need to let him know. And his reply is that the nation is not bleeding. We told him our economy is not helping our poor people. He told us the economy is doing fine. Practically speaking, He told us quite clearly that he did not agree with us. Again, I said, we're not surprised. We didn't expect him to agree with us. We have done our duty. We have delivered our message. And we have a feeling that somehow along the line, somebody will show him a few of the things we said.
All right, again, that was Bishop Onaiko. And rather than play the president's clip again, because I want to make it look like back and forth between just those two, I'll play you something from the Minister of the FCT. Just a second. That's Mr. Yeson Wike. Please take a listen to this.
You see, I have always said this, particularly to religious leaders and our elder statesmen. I'm not against comments about government. Because if comments are not made about government, government will not be able to know areas where they should concentrate or focus. Therefore, government is available to receive comments. But when comments made that particular section consistently, government becomes, or not even government, even individuals become very careful. If you're a religious leader and it is perceived or seen, you are taking a side which is very clear. It becomes difficult for people to need to see those comments as being careful or real. I'm aware of the position of Kanda Onaiko. All of us know it's not hidden. His position, who he supports, everybody knows that. I don't know. That's what I say. You don't every time say things are bad. Nobody has heard you say one day, government has done this well. I cannot see the point I'm trying to make is that as a leader, when government has done well on some area, criticize government. Now look, yes, we have done this well, but we should tell that you should do it to these other areas. But if their comments are every time not. You see, I have always said this. Particularly to what happened during the election. Criticize government. Now look, yes, we have done this well, but we should tell them they should do it to these other areas. But if their comments are every time nothing positive, the government will worry about you. Government will begin to think that you are merely criticizing because you oppose to the government.
No, but these are, you see that statement that he made are not partisan.
Don't tell me, no, please, don't tell me that, not partisan. Don't tell me that. You know what happened during the election? People took side, religious leaders took side. It was very open.
I'm going to say,
I'd be stupid to sit here for anybody to tell me this person is impartial. No, we know ourselves in this country. We know who belongs to where.
Well, what's their stake, sir? Because someone would be curious to know, if you say they are partisan, what do they...
Who do you support? Who do you support? It was very obvious. They made it clear.
Well, I don't wish that...
What I'm saying, there's nothing wrong in that. But the point I'm saying that you cannot be seen consistently in holding just one view about the government.
Let me create
That's the point I'm trying to make.
Let me make some context as to what...
All right, so I hope you got that. The thing for me, I agree with Wiki 100%. You should be able to criticize the president. I mean, he's your president. Um, you may want to tell me exactly what to check on Punch, please, Mr. Olalekan, but I'll check. Please just direct me so I know exactly what you want me to look for. Um, I will check when I play another video. I'm trying to get myself. So the point here is this: I agree with Wiki. Okay, that people, religious leaders should be able to criticize the government. You shouldn't just say, "Oh, you are doing well," without ever having to question the government. However, I think it's also very important that people are balanced, particularly when you are seen to be supporting a particular candidate. Before this man even became president, you had spoken against him. That's Tinubu. You had said, you said why I won't vote for Tinubu in 2023. This was October 6th, 2022. That's the same. That's the cardinal. Um, when you say I would never vote for Tinubu APC for flying Muslim ticket, it was published in Nigerian Tribune, right, in 2022. So, I mean, you have that history. Before the man even won, you've been saying you will never vote for him. So, it also starts looking as if you're against. And there's certain people who are also saying because it's the Muslim ticket. And I've said it several times. I'm a Christian. We're all washed by the blood of Jesus. You cannot tell me that you are one Christian. Muslim ticket has nothing against the church. I don't know where people got this rubbish from. And Nigerian pastors need to understand politics. So, speak truth to power, but understand how you are moving. If you have a history of coming against a person based on the fact that it's Muslim ticket, and you have been saying it over and over again, by the time the person now becomes president, you now begin to come at him with things, and you never acknowledge any good thing he has done. Meanwhile, you're also tacitly supporting his opponent, who is the member of your church. Do you not think people will put one and one together and get to two? And if you think that's not, weird enough or crazy enough, there's another one I want you to listen to. It's also one of the bishops who went to Abuja, and what he had to say, I think, is not even cool at all. But again, maybe this is the definition of speaking truth to power. Take a listen to when you hear a bishop beginning to talk like this, you begin to question something. Take a listen, please.
The bishop still is what you get when you preach the good news. And if you don't stop because you are being persecuted, how can Nigerians be abandoning their country? And the president and the leadership, a political leadership, is saying, let us manage, things are hard everywhere. That is not why you are there. You are not just a political leader. You have also a moral responsibility to address the issues of countries. And if you say it's overwhelming, then resign.
The presidency has faulted the Archbishop Emeritus of the Catholic Archdiocese of Abuja, Cardinal John Onaikan, for publicly disclosing details of the closed-door meeting, describing the comments as inappropriate and a breach of the confidentiality expected of such high-level engagements. When you saw the statements released by the spokespersons attached to the presidency, how did you respond?
If people who work for the presidency or work for government or work for even other institutions peddle in lies, in pretense, in fiddling while Rome burns, in not giving good advice, it doesn't turn out good. And to act like an attack dog for great people who are patriotic for our country is something that is not only unfortunate, it is a disgrace. And it's not about defense, it's about listening. People in positions of power must listen, and listening makes you stronger. And we don't say he's not doing well. He is doing his best. But sometimes you do your best and it's still not enough. And the enormity of the challenges of a modern society is so much for one person to solve. But government cannot say, because I'm doing well, I've done it, or don't tell me anything.
The meeting you talked private, you published some snippets and pockets of commentaries from the president. Is this still private, or don't Nigerians allowed to know the details, the context of that meeting?
First of all, a meeting between the bishops and the president was aired by television. NTA was there, other television houses were there. The discussions held are not, it's not like a confession. I'm going to speak about the issues of the nation. We are there in public. What is the secret? Insecurity, is it a secret? The education educational imbalance, is it a secret? The fact that the economy is very low, is it a secret?
What is the conversation? What are their concerns following the feedback? What are the Catholic bishops saying? How are they reacting to this presidential conversation?
I must laugh because the matter of truth is so objective. Truth is out there. You don't need to have an emotion about truth.
So we have this religious war that has been invoked by this remark, saying that the Catholic bishop spoke for Catholics and not for Christians. Then Wala said that alongside saying that this is political and, trying to imply that this is because of his stance.
Mr. Bwala is someone you cannot take serious. Unfortunately, that's the correct thing. The Association of Christians of Northern Nigeria yesterday made a very, very powerful statement denouncing him, denouncing his statement, and denouncing his attempt to divide the Christian body. It is already in the news. When truth is said, it has nothing to do with, is it a Muslim who said the truth? Is it a pagan who said the truth? Truth is truth.
What must Mr. President do now to ensure that the Catholics do not become victims, so to speak, as they've been labeled now? The Catholics are supporting, the Catholics are, what must the President do now?
What the President must do is to listen to good advice and have the courage to act accordingly. What the President must do is to sack people who are around him, who tell him lies and who give him bad news. What the President must do is to assume the moral authority to say that I'm trying my best and to say I'm going to tackle it head-on. What the President must do is to resign because I cannot continue to rule again because I'm incapacitated. What the President must do is to tell Nigerians the truth.
The President should resign. You sound like a politician. And I mean, in in Cardinal Onayekan's defense, he said in that interview, I watched the entire thing. He said that they all have different political persuasions, but it's said to have a united voice when they went to, the president. Biafra was supposed to be a Catholic nation. We'll do that session. Biafra was supposed to be a Catholic nation. We'll do that session some other time, not today, because it's a lot of books to read, so I can actually understand everything. But the point I'm trying to make is that this man is beginning to sound like Peter Obi. That's the exact word he used just a while back. President should resign. Resign at what? And that's the funny thing. It sounds very much like the opposition against the president. Like it's in the opposition party. The president's not doing anything. It's not. Are there challenges? Obviously, you can't even say there are no challenges. There are many challenges in this country. But did the man say he's tired? Did he say he's not going to take? Is he not taking responsibility? Is he not going headlong against it? Is he not deploying all the available resources? Is he not creating structures? Are we not discussing state police now? Why did say 1,000 forest guards should go to Oyo State? How come you didn't talk about the fact that yes, it might have taken a while, but they were able to get all the children that were captured in Orire local government, got all of them back, every single child. Some teachers were killed, which is unfortunate, 2 of them. But they got 39 children and I think about 3 or 5 teachers or so, or 3 or 5 of them with the principal out. We have nothing good to say about the good that he's doing. We just have something to complain about. I was supposed to be spiritual, religious leaders. Is this how we talk? Is this what we teach people? Can we not, say, okay, these are the challenges, but this is what you're doing well? Why are you sounding as though you belong to another political party? And then, of all things you could say as a minister, you are telling him to resign because of what exactly? You're using Peter Obi's talking points essentially. And then the interviewer was saying that they're labeling Catholics. Who labeled Catholics? Some people just like what's it called? To be what's main character syndrome. Who labeled Catholics? Because they said that they were representing Catholics. Were they not representing Catholics? Specifically Roman Catholics. Were they not representing Roman Catholics in Nigeria? Like, what is this? They were there to represent the Roman Catholic Church, not the church of the country. If you want to have a group to represent the church, most likely to be can. Some people try to. So what should we? Should people say, okay, they support them because it's a branch of it's an arm of or a branch of the church? It's a denomination. Roman Catholic Church is not the church in Nigeria. It is a church in Nigeria, and it's a fantastic church. But people are saying that's Roman Catholic perspective. Is it not Roman Catholic's perspective? It's not the bishops that wrote it down. Did they consult with other people to say a Christian view? I don't get it. Like some people just make a mountain out of a molehill. You said what they said. I don't even want to talk too much about it, but I just really wish that our ministers can be a bit more circumspect when it comes. And again, I would have loved. Let me say this, and this is not to say that I always like what this man says, but I prefer him talking about things like this. Bishop Matthew Asankuka. Why? He did some studies in politics. He was in John Kennedy School. He has that background. He knows diplomacy. He knows how to get things out, and he knows how to speak truth to power. Like he can do whichever way. These are the kind of people that should be representing them at that level. Just because you can speak in public does not mean you can speak to a politician. And when they now give it to you, now saying that the person is not happy, is not really happy, should he be smiling when you just went there to be castigating him? Meanwhile, before we go to the news that the person was telling me about, thank you very much, by the way. I was going to actually play something before. We'll get to that later. As they're doing in Catholicism, so there's something I think there's what I'll call misinformation about preaching in public that is going on. So there's something I think Christians have to do. We have to be able to read more than we are able to emotionally react to things. I know. Please, like, I'm going to play you something. I'll play you something. Then I'll read you something. Then I want you to put it together, and you understand where I'm coming from. Now, all these fathers, whether they are Catholic priests or they're in Pentecostal churches, I respect all our ministers, our pastors, our reverends. But when it comes to politics, there's a way to move. It's like if you're going into business, even if you're a preacher, bishop, whatever, if you're going to business, it's a different world. There's a language of business. There's a language of commerce. All this, somebody should resign. That's why you talk to somebody and you want the person to take you seriously. Okay. I want you to listen to this one. I mean, this clip. It's also a revered minister, someone I actually hold in high esteem. But I think we also have to be very, very careful with some of these things that are going out now. Take a listen to this, please.
They were being persecuted. They were told not to preach again. Just like the Senate of Nigeria, Federal Republic, and they are telling them not to preach in bus. Make all the stadium in Nigeria to become a prison. If you want to enforce that law, we are coming. Or we break that law. Our master told us to go into the world and preach the gospel to every creature. You sit somewhere there and you say we shouldn't preach in buses. We will preach in buses. We will preach everywhere because you are evil, making evil decrease. Evil. We will rather obey God than man. That's what our fathers told them in those days. You better tell them. No Pentecostal must listen to that. And the national president, Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, I lead over 65 million people. Everybody, go into every taxi, go into every bus and preach. Let them arrest us. Let them turn National Stadium Lagos into prison. I will come there. Let them turn National Stadium Abuja into prison. I'll come. Let them build more prison. They will be the one that will go there and they will rot there. And God will judge them. You don't go after killers. You don't go after those that are beheaded. You don't go after rapists. You don't go after kidnappers. You don't go after bandits who are unlawfully carrying arms. You are not going after them. You are going after us who are preaching the gospel of peace that have changed the lives of people. We won't listen to you. You are not God. Who are you? You are there for eternal, and God will wipe all of you out. Those who are promoting that law, God will cut them off. We will rain curses upon you and upon your family except you repent. There is nothing you can do. We are unstoppable. What kind of evil is that? Those that were kidnapped in Borno State, they have not rescued them. And you are oppressing us. And it's targeted against the church. And we are up to it. Bring it on and send us to prison. See how you will imprison 65 million people. And we order them on the streets. We will march. Now they are coming there now trying to change it. It's been in the statute before. You better remove it from the statute.
All right. I'm a Christian. I've preached in buses. I started preaching in buses as a teenager. I think it's beautiful because it helps you reach out to people, but also helps you to be able to speak well. But beyond all that, you are really fulfilling the gospel of preaching. Sorry, the command, great command, Matthew 28, as what Jesus, great commission. However, I think that there are some things that should also be explained. Let me read to you. Meanwhile, the fact that they're talking about this does not mean that someone says, I'm a Christian. Uranium, oh, is this Igbo boy? Don't worry. I'm not your kind of Christian. I'm not dumb like people from your side. I'll be telling you guys, so you're a Christian. I'm at you, Alajombo. Mombo, let me change the audio so I can have time to actually answer this clown. Somebody came last week and said, oh, he's a pastor, he's doing something. This one said, are you a Christian? No, I'm not a Christian. You're a Dibia. Please, 1 second. Let me switch the audio source, please. All right. Okay, good. So I was saying that it's important that we're able to preach the gospel. I'm a Christian. I know that's what I'm going to write. I see, Uranium, before you are able to think what you want to even think, I already know where you are going. And I know you are going in a ditch. Keep going. Where was I? I will answer you later. Let me finish what I really came here to do. Before you are just, side attraction. So here's the thing. As a Christian, we have a great commission. We have to preach the gospel, and it's important that we do so. And if we have laws that are coming against the church or against our doctrine and whatever specific laws, it's important that we speak against it. But it's also important to understand what this whole thing is actually about. So I want to read you some things here. This was published on the 28th of July. Oh, shoot. All right. 20th July 2026. So that's just a few days ago. I want to read from the Daily Independent. Senate denies street preaching ban in FRSC Act amendment. The Senate on Monday dismissed claims that the ongoing amendment to the Federal Road Safety Commission Act seeks to ban street preaching, clarifying that the legislation only retains existing provisions prohibiting preaching and hawking inside commercial vehicles in the interest of public safety. 1 second, please. The clarification followed widespread public concerns over reports suggesting that the proposed amendment would criminalize religious preaching in public spaces across the country. In a statement issued by the Directorate of Media and Public Affairs, Office of the Leader of the Senate, the upper chamber said the prohibition against preaching and hawking in commercial vehicles has been part of the FRSC Establishment Act since 2007 and is not a new provision introduced by the amendment. According to the Senate, Section 10, Subsection 4 of the FRSC Establishment Act 2007, as well as Regulation 220 of the National Road Traffic Regulations 2012, already classify preaching and hawking inside commercial vehicles as traffic offenses aimed at protecting commuters and other road users. It explained that the provision previously listed as item 36 in the second schedule to the Act has merely been renumbered as item 49 under the proposed amendment, insisting that no fresh restriction has been placed on religious activities outside commercial vehicles. The bill does not, the statement said, and I quote, the bill does not outlaw street preaching as being claimed in some quarters. It is strictly about ensuring the safety of commuters and other road users and is not intended to undermine any religious activity in the public space. All right. The Senate also clarified that the amendment bill was not sponsored by the leader of the Senate, Senator Kwame Bamidele, contrary to reports circulating on social media. It explained that the legislation originated from the House of Representatives and is before the Senate as a concurrence bill, in line with constitutional procedures requiring approval by both chambers of the National Assembly before transmission for presidential assent. The Senate noted that the legislative process is still ongoing and urged religious groups, transport operators, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders with consent over the bill to engage the appropriate legislative institutions before its final passage. The upper chamber reiterated its commitment to an open legislative process, assuring Nigerians that public input remains an integral part of lawmaking. So this is, someone said it's unchristianly to go against constitutional authority. It depends. The apostles, when they were told not to preach, they said, we are not going to disobey God. Book of Acts. So they went and preached. And they see, the beautiful thing about Christianity is that if you say I should not preach and I preach and you take me to prison, I'll know that, I'm not saying you should not take me to prison, So it's in that here, not there. But this is where I'm going. Actually, with all my terrain, this is where I'm going. I think that the church needs to be more educated politically. Okay? I understand the outburst and all of that. But I think we have to be more educated. And I'll tell you why. So when we want to pass a bill, it goes through a process, right? There's the first reading, there's the second reading, then it goes to committee level, and sometimes also includes public hearing, and then you have the third reading, and then so on and so forth before eventually you have it passed, and then you go for presidential assent. Number one, I think that at this point, when you're going to public hearing, we have to know who we're supposed to talk to, how we're supposed to do it. When they have the public hearing, do we actually have people in the room to speak on our behalf as Christians? By the way, what they're talking about, this act, if they had done it in 2007, that means that when they did it then, we were not in the room. We are reacting. So my advice to Christians, the church or the church bodies and organizations should have, I don't know, we don't have lobbyists as nothing but lobbyists as a culture, but at some point we have to develop things like that. Somebody that knows what's going on in the National Assembly, who is able to tell you what pertains to your own constituency, and then you know exactly when to come in to ensure that certain things don't happen that will hurt your own people, rather than wait until how many years later. You're not making it look as if they're just against you, you're just bringing it now. Where were you when they were passing the first time? And where are we right now? So I'm glad that everybody is speaking up, but I think that it's important for us to actually engage legislative process, get in there. And I'm not saying it's okay for them to ban preaching in buses. I know some people can constitute nuisance, to be honest. But there's also a lot of people. I know that from personal experience. I said it earlier, and it's true. I started preaching in buses as a teenager. Sometimes I will intentionally go beyond my bus stop just because I was still preaching. But of course, people have different. Some people just go there and be continuous and asking you for offering. Some people, you see Christian just finish, then the Muslim will also start. Some people can turn into something else. I get it. Those details are things that I think the church should actually present and get in the room. My own issue with all of this is not even the public outcry, is the fact that we are disconnected from the process. And we're now raising voice and calling down brimstone and whatever. Let's get in there. All right. And church should also be part of politics. Someone says offerings on the bus, Jakes man. Hey. If you're traveling from Abuja to different parts of the country, you don't see people that are government to the bus and be praying for you and ask you for offering. You've not seen it before. But you, and I'm sure a lot of people in this place must have seen it as well. Some people just make nuisance out of everything. Just make a joke out of everything. There are people like that. But the truth of the matter is that when I understand the church's perspective on this, we've got to be involved. Let it not be that in this case, what is she already? What is she already? We were not even involved. Where were we? That's just my own opinion. I agree that nobody should stop anybody. And again, we also have to be very careful when we start I don't like this comparison because you're not supposed to be political like that. So you're saying that they're not going after Boko Haram, they're going after people who are preaching. Are you saying that if they are talking about this one, it means that can you not do two things at the same time? Koyemi. The fact that the government is saying that people should not, let's be, some people consider nuisance, okay, in buses. Like those people, see them now, see them in all over all these buses. Where, I don't want to say it because it's not good. My own point is that let's be involved so that, we don't wait to the point where we're now very angry and cursing people out. It's a constitutional democracy, right? There are rules that govern this thing. The government doesn't put out decrees. It has a bill. We also have people who are so-called Christians in the National Assembly. What are they doing? How are we working with the Christians in the House of Representatives? How are PFN all this religious organization from a Christian perspective, how are they working with the senators in the Senate, the members of the House of Reps? What are you doing to get your thoughts across to them? How are you able to know what they are doing? First reading, second reading. At what point do you hear what is being done before you begin to react? When they have public hearing, do you have representatives that go there? We have to understand the system we're working in so that we don't just, come across as reactive or reactionary every single time. That was my own opinion. I hope they find a way. Maybe they find something that if you are doing something, you should not preach in the public. If you are doing, but they're not saying people should not preach in the public. They're saying bosses, and maybe I think it's because of those people that used to just dissolve people in buses. They just call fire and brimstone inside the bus and they ask you for offering. I don't know. They say they have a ministry and the ministry is in parks. I mean, God calls people in different ways. But when I was a younger person, when we used to have to be in buses, we'll preach and then everybody would be all right. They would talk. Like, it was the way to bless people. So if that's the perspective, yes. But also, if you see a bus and they say no preaching in this bus, you can't preach in it because it's not your bus. So people who don't want people to preach in their buses could have those signs up, and they've always been there by the time they don't want you to say anything. Even Jesus said that if you go to a place and you start preaching to them and they say you should get out, there I get out. Although it's going to stand against them, but you get the point. So again, all of this to say that Nigerian Christians, we've got to be more involved. We shouldn't wait until before we now begin to react. I think that way it also shows that we're also growing as far as political education is concerned in our country. Having said that, and still speaking on what's happening in the legislature, there was a press release yesterday by the spokesman to the president, Mr. Bayo Onuga. FG announces 7-week roadmap for national policing bill, invites public input. FG announces 7-week roadmap for national policing bill, invites public input. Again, if you have input, we can talk on social media, but if you really want to make an input in the bill, it's not from here they will pick it to. When they have public hearing in your state, go in your city. I'm going to read some things. Now, I'll play you something from the Chief of Staff to the President, Honorable Gbajabiamila Mila. Then I'll now tell you what happened on the floor of the House earlier today. Thank you so much, Tidan, for that dragon crown. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate it. So here's the thing from the spokesperson to the President. FG announces 7-week roadmap for national policing bill, invites public input. The Presidential Working Group on the proposed national policing bill has invited Nigerians to submit memoranda and policy proposals as part of efforts to establish a comprehensive legal and operational framework for state policing. Chief of Staff to the President and Chairman of the Working Group, Mr. Femi Gbajabiamila Mila, announced this on Monday after the Working Group's meeting at the State House, Abuja. The Working Group is reviewing the Police Act 2020, the Police Service Commission framework, police regulations, and other relevant laws to support the development of an effective modern policing system. The proposed framework will set national minimum standards, define state readiness and grant certification, clarify jurisdictional responsibilities, ensure independent oversight, uphold human rights, and guarantee sustainable funding. It should also spell out an orderly transition to a dual policing structure. The call for memoranda will run for 2 weeks, allowing citizens, professionals, civil society, security agencies, state and local governments, academics, and other stakeholders to contribute. Submissions will be reviewed and integrated into the draft bill, which will then be subject to further national consultation before being finalized and sent to the NAB himself. This is a point where you get involved. Trinity, I went to school, Nigeria, civil crime, clinical crime, senile crime. This is how they do things. Let's get involved. Take a listen to the Chief of Staff to the President.
The Presidential Working Group on the National Policing Bill. At that meeting, the Secretary of the Working Group presented the profiles of the Policy Advisory Committee approved by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and briefed members on the implementation work plan, its principal milestones, and the outcomes expected at each stage. Now, this is a monumental reform that Nigerians have debated over for many years.
Sorry, the audio is a bit low. Can you hear it clearly, or should I just keep reading? Because I think the audio is a bit low. That's from the recording, by the way, not from here. So should I keep playing or should I keep reading? Which one do you prefer? So the audio you're loud with the other one. Feedback, please, so that I use my discretion.
Before the country is how we transform our policing architecture to become more responsive to the realities of our communities. Thus, our central task is now to design a lawful, professional, and sustainable federal and state policing system that places greater capability closer to the people while presenting
it's louder.
National standards, national security, and the rights of every Nigerian. The legislative process has advanced considerably. The Senate approved the State Police Constitutional Proposal on 24th of June 2026, and the House of Representatives passed the Executive State Police Bill on 23rd July 2026. The constitutional amendment is, however, not yet in force. It must obtain the approval required from the State Houses of Assembly as prescribed under the Constitution. Until that process is concluded and the necessary implementing laws are enacted, there is no operational state police service anywhere in Nigeria, and the Nigerian Police Force remains the constitutionally recognized police institution. Now, this distinction is very important. The constitutional amendment creates the authority, if you like, the permission, and broad architecture for federal and state policing. However, it does not by itself provide the complete operating system. It does not settle the questions on standards, certification, recruitment, training, funding, command, or jurisdiction complaints. It does not address the question of data, firearm, pension, transition, or corporation. Those matters must be addressed in the National Policing Bill and in the consequential laws and instruments that will accompany it. Mr. President established the Presidential Working Group so that Nigeria will be ready to act responsibly when the constitutional process is completed. Our mandate is to produce a technically robust, implementation-ready draft National Policing Bill and supporting legislative package. We are building the legal and operational framework required to move from one federal police institution to workable dual policing architecture. The assignment includes the preliminary audit of the Police Act of 2020, the Police Service Commission framework, police regulations and other laws, and instruments affected by the...
All right, I think the thing is a bit long, so I'm going to read the other part of that article by Onanuga. All right. I mean, we've got the gist of it. Beyond what has been accomplished, a lot still has to be done. The working group has adopted a 7-week work program running from July 27 to September 14, 2026. The draft executive bill is scheduled for presentation to President Bola Tinubu on September 3, 2026, with national consultations to follow before the final approval. The National Policing Bill will set out requirements for recruitment, training, oversight, funding, and transition arrangements to ensure credible, effective, and accountable policing nationwide. A proposed state police service must demonstrate that it has credible arrangements for recruitment, vetting, training, pay, pensions, equipment, custody, complaints, discipline, data, firearms control, independent oversight, and financial sustainability before it begins policing, Bajabi Amila said. The representative of the Nigerian Governors Forum and Governor of Ogun State, Dapo Abiodun, who described state police as a landmark reform, described the initiative as one of the defining reforms of President Tinubu's administration. Responding to concerns about federal overreach, he clarified that there is no federal attempt to control state police. He added that the proposed legislation is intended to provide an operational framework rather than centralized control. Prince Lateef Fagbemi, the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, said the proposed National Policing Bill is designed to guarantee the security of lives and property while ensuring that the establishment of state police does not become a tool for political persecution. All right, we're going to move away from this and tell you what happened earlier today, just a few minutes ago. To be clear, it was published on Punch, like someone mentioned in the comment section earlier. It was published on Punch newspaper, in Punch newspaper about 34 minutes ago. ADC rejects Rep's passage of state police bill. I think we are beginning to see those who are actually against the development of this country alone. Because we've been asking for something for a long time. Somebody's working on it, and they're doing it now, and suddenly you are against it. Let me read from Punch newspaper. ADC rejects Rep's passage of state police bill this August 4, 2026, 7 p.m. Well, 55 minutes ago. The African Democratic Congress has called on the House of Representatives to recommit the proposed constitutional amendment on state police to a fresh legislative process, alleging that the bill was passed through a procedure that violated constitutional requirements. The opposition party claimed that the constitutional threshold required for the passage of the Constitution Alteration Bill was only achieved by recognizing votes sent through the social media messaging platform WhatsApp by lawmakers who were absent from the chamber and by counting members who had signed the attendance registered but were no longer present when voting took place. In a statement issued on Tuesday by its National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, the party argued that any constitutional amendment must strictly comply with laid down procedures, warning that the legitimacy of the proposed state police framework could be undermined if due process was ignored. The party said, and I quote, "The Constitution is not amended by convenience. It is amended through strict procedures that leave no room for improvisation. Therefore, regardless of the noble intentions behind the amendment, the constitutional process for amendment must not be circumvented." The way they write things, they always repeat something. So I want to move a bit. These allegations raise profound legal and constitutional concerns. Abdullahi stated, and I quote, "Constitutional alteration demands openness, robust debate, and strict fidelity to both the Constitution and the standing orders of the House." So, at this point, you begin to wonder if people really want development in this country or are just playing politics with everything. And like we said, the idea that what's happening is tantamount to enabling state police in the next couple of months before elections, like people have been touting all over the social media, is not true. Like, you can't do that in 6 weeks. Just have state police. There's a lot to still go through. And what he's talking about, the question I would ask is this: the way they voted on that stuff, is that how they vote on a normal day? Have they been using register before that point? Have they had to get folks through WhatsApp who are not in the house? If they have done it before this particular thing, why is that a problem? If they're not done it, how come they just started it with that particular bill? These are questions I think we should ask. But I think this thing about just going against everything that the government is doing, I don't know if that's what opposition really means, because at this point, some people are just disturbing us in this country. All right. 1 second, please. I want to read some of the responses to this, and then we'll go to Cosmas Maduka in a bit. Excuse me. So, Mumbo. One second, one moment, please. I think the other side also, to be fair, so that doesn't look like the other side is that the legislature should also ensure that they go through the process like they should. But on one hand, I think some people just want to be. One of the things I've noticed with these politicians sometimes that they like what's being done, but they don't like the fact that they're the ones doing it, so they go against it. That's what I've noticed. However, the legislature also need to be above board to ensure that they are doing things according to the books. That's all I want to say on that matter. Let's move on very quickly to a video that's trending. It's been trending for a few hours now, and it's Cosmos Maduka, who is the CEO of Koschari's group. He did the video. It's mostly in Igbo, but I'm going to read out what they said. Money doesn't make you. Listen to him first.
All I had to develop was seatbelt. Monopoly, Lagos, where the Nigeria economy, I collapse. More than one they have an alternative. Now, I'm about to say, you want the business, I'm about to bank. But I have an alternative. It was IAC, Glungwata, or Waka, or Meta name. Umasibo. Chineka goes grind. Manai Pacific, Iwe to Akonuno. Dosia Banya. And that is why
I read English.
Njijena Nako, about 30-something years ago, acquire a property, about 3,000 hectares, by na rice, 10 grains na ground, harvest send it to mill and mill or your tiena and book that. I will go get IAG will do a coin, no. But I would tina no, or what no, or here walk. Amaga them one day when had a general to every fan and better Ibiaka and then I want the government Jani on a hatching Yaka even from Abia State up to Uguta from Wemo can dredge Uguta Rek, create a seaport. If the Komata and Lewe, Napota kind of Sibuatuata. Or seaport, AJ to an port, on about 3 months or 2 years, when they go to an Lagos, you will descend there. On the government, on infrastructures, on anything wrong. So no don't buy with a contract, on the federal government will agree here, get here, Chinese, they will dredge the Niger and the young seaport on Niger. If it liberate this economy, or I will say only Lagos economy, it will be Nigeria economy. Why Nigeria? Use the best in Kenya as a country. Utonye will be one of the leaders of Nigeria. Say the Okata Madis is some of we see. Tine Hano Fukam, Tine Bon, Eban. No, you are for Tomo, no, you are when you see her. Only the name of Fundi Hane Mo Fife, Yang move only. The one who will fit to put together name, Utia on the name does. All we found Wute, Nigeria, Nene, Wakon. Now say, Kacho Tony Wony, do any, and die now upon time. na-egosi ụwa na onye a onye kachalụ ọkacha malụ na be anyị ife ifele anyị maka na anyị achọghị ịgwa onwe anyị eziokwu. Onweghị ife ya echenji nụ without a good leader. Onweghị ife ya improve nụ without a good leader. Everything start and end from leadership. Azụ ahụ emebi site n'ọdụ, ọ na-emebi site n'isi. But Nigeria chọrọ change. Ha ma ebe result nọ. Ebe anyị siri bịa n'ala Igbo, anyị aha asọpụrụ ego. Ife anyị na-asọpụrụ ụmụ amamife na ịgba mbọ. Anyị na-asọpụrụ ịgba mbọ, na-asọpụrụ ịrụsi ọrụ ike. Ọ bụrụ na anyị amaghị ebe isi kpata ego, anyị enweghị nsọpụrụ n'ebe ị nọ, anyị agaghị eri ego. Oge anyị pere mpe, anyị agaghị eme pati ebe a na-espre ego n'ihu ndị mmadụ were emegide ndị enweghị ka ha.
All right. I mean, a lot of things, you probably heard a bit of it. Let me just read some things to you here. It says, if the federal government establishes a seaport in the southeast or even River State, Lagos's monopoly over Nigeria's economy will collapse. They will be the ones begging people to use the Lagos seaport because people will now have alternatives. Abia State up to Obuta Lake can accommodate a seaport. Back then, I used to import my goods through the Port Harcourt seaport. This alone will greatly boost Nigeria's economy. That's why Nigeria needs good leadership. The Southeast is not, they have to do that. They have to, God. There are things I want to say, but I also want to be, I don't want to be abusive. How is it possible that a region or a group of people just faces one direction and repeats the same talking point, even if it doesn't make sense? When I say group of people, young or old or adult or rich or poor, everybody, you have exceptions, but just about every single person saying the same thing. Number one, this same Lagos that everybody is piling on is the same Lagos where they made all the money that they go to. You want to break in on Lagos. Number one, Lagos has always been Lagos. It has become more Lagos or Lagosious as time has gone on. But the point is, the location of Lagos is not something that just happened recently. It's always been there. It's always been like that. And the location of the Southeast did not just happen like that. It's always been there. God did not put any sea close to the Southeast. And the Igbos, the ancestors, did not expand towards the sea. That's the truth. There's no sea in the Southeast. And your ancestors, your fathers did not expand towards the sea. Maybe they did not like water or whatever. They don't have anything close to the sea. Meanwhile, what's this thing about sea, like your life depends on sea? You don't have it. There's no sea in Sokoto. You see them crying every second about want to have seaport. How do you have seaport where there's no sea? Say there's one thing they can dredge it towards the sea. They should dredge it. And call your governors to dredge now. I will talk about those details in a bit, but I think something needs to be done. Then they shout everything ends and linking on leadership. We need leadership. To do what? On those states, they're building a port now. They're working with Dangote. I think Dangote is for FTZ. The port is with a Swiss consortium. Ogun State is the one working with Dangote to build the port. It's the states doing it. Why you guys, since you say you have leadership and it's better than all of us, why can't you talk to your state governors to help you build the ports? What's the obsession with ports? And the funny thing is that you're not even thinking of exporting anything. You're just thinking of importing. How does that help the economy? At Agbao, at Omodi, everybody just says the same. It doesn't make sense. And then it says Port Harcourt. There is ports in Port Harcourt. There is ports in One. And they are operational. And people are using the ports. But there's no seaport in the Southeast. There cannot be a seaport in the Southeast. Because there's no sea in the Southeast. Can there be a river port? Of course. But why can you not build a river port if it's that important to you? Everything falls and ends on the leadership. Are your state governors not leaders? Can they not give you something that you're looking for? Did Oyo State not build inland ports? Why can't the other states in the south, why must it be about tears and crying and gnashing of teeth? Say they will break the monopoly of Lagos. See, there's a reason most of the imports are going to Lagos. You see, one of the most painful parts of this conversation is that these people don't even talk about exporting. It's not like, for instance, Abba is producing. I mean, make a case that makes sense. Abba is producing bags and shoes and whatever. We have these products in Abba that we want to put out there, and if we have a port, which doesn't make sense because you can't have a port there. But let's even say that for all whatever we want to be able to use this thing to push our consignment abroad, all those things, it will make sense. All you are thinking about is importing, which is what Peter is also doing. They are importing goods and exporting the jobs. And they'll be shouting about port as if is the only thing that determines if you were made by God. This person who is talking is a person who made his money in Lagos, so wants to break the monopoly of Lagos. What is it about this Lagos thing? Is that journey? And they are, again, to be clear, they are operational, profitable ports. Others in this country, there's ports in Warri, there's ports in Port Harcourt, there's is profitable, making billions. If I find you that report, I'll probably read it to you before we move on to something. It's past 8. Give me a second. I have a full stuff here. Let me quickly say something. The reason, and I should say before I start reading anything else, the question people should be asking themselves is that why do people use Lagos port more than any other port? One is working and it's operational, and Dangote use One to bring the trucks that move to Enugu. The same on the port. On the port was the same port that IPOB used to bring in cutlasses and arms and ammunition before the government cut them. Weapons, weapons. They brought cutlasses, weapons into the southeast before the government stopped them there. But why is it that people prefer Lagos? I'll tell you why. The reason is because of consumption and purchasing power. The most valuable part of Nigeria that will buy the things you are importing live in one corridor. Lagos, Ogun, Oyo, that's the corridor. Most of what you import into Nigeria are consumed within that corridor. I didn't make it up. It was a report that was put out by the Nigerian Ports Authority. It was the Nigerian Ports Authority of Shipping Council. Most of what is consumed in this country is consumed in that corridor. They are not bringing things into Lagos because Lagos is stopping them from using other ports. They are bringing things into Lagos because if they bring those things into Lagos, they don't have to spend a lot more on logistics. For instance, say you want to prove that you are Gringori, you now go to place where there's no port. You go and be looking at dredging or whatever you want to do. God help you. You bring in that stuff. Now you want to sell what you have imported. Who do you sell to? Southwest. How do you do it? Logistics. You now have to ferry your things from there, come our side here now. Increases your overhead, which reduces your profit. Therefore, it makes more sense for you to import directly to the place where they're going to consume what you're even importing in the first place. That's it. That's why importation will always be in the Southwest, because we have purchasing power and we are able to actually buy those things, which is good and bad because we should be producing more. Consumption to production, Abby. But let's read some things here. Today I want to respond to this thing. Let me start with there's an article here by Central Dredging Association where they talked about the fact that they went to dredge. They've been talking about this dredging of Oguta Lake. All right, so they had the proposed dredging of the Orashi River from Oguta Lake to link to the Atlantic Ocean, and it was approved by the federal government, by the way. The river is located in the lower Niger River Basin, and is a tributary of. So let me tell you what's happening. This is Atlantic Ocean. This is the town beside Atlantic Ocean. Let's say River State, okay? And then there's another river that, like a tributary somewhere here, that now branches to another place. This is now where they are. So the job, okay, so this is the ocean. There's a town beside the ocean, but let's leave that port. There's not a river that goes in here, not a seal, not the seal. There's a river that goes from here to this place and then has a tributary. Now let us dredge that one, so that instead of doing the port here, we shall find a way to dredge this thing so I can come here and come and work. It's just political statement. Give me a second. I want to read something to you here. I want to read something from Vanguard News. The feasibility of seaport in the southeast. This was published in 2023. All right, it's called the feasibility of seaport in the southeast. I'm not going to read everything. I'm just going to read part of it for the purpose of this conversation. It says the question is, even if we found a political will for such project, what project from Onitsha following the natural tracks of the River Niger through lower end of Delta State, River State, and Bayelsa State to the Atlantic Ocean measures 210 kilometers. Let me read it slowly. Let me go back just a bit. It says here, before we go further, let me be clear that our conversation here is about seaport for ocean-going ships. Ships from Asia, Europe, USA, and so on that can only sail to West Africa and Nigeria through the Atlantic Ocean. I am not arguing the present port at Onitsha, where floating barges that carry less than 18 containers of cargo from Lagos port berth. 18 trailers can do that by road. That kind of deception will not help the southeast, and that is not what I am discussing here. Onitsha, located along the edge of the River Niger at the lower boundary of Anambra and northern part of Delta State, is situated at 62 meters MSL, main sea level. That means to excavate the floor of the River Niger from Onitsha Point to where it comes to par with the Atlantic Ocean, you would have to dig deep down to 62 meters. Then to have the Atlantic flow back to have the Atlantic flow back to Onitsha, experts say you will need to dig deeper down to another 50 meters. Furthermore, to guarantee depth enough for ocean-going ships to freely navigate, there will be additional 50 meters, making the total depth required to 162 meters from the current floor of the Onitsha end of the River Niger. Experts also report that due to the curvature needed to ensure that earth will not cave in to the dug trench and to enable ships pass each other in the Onitsha to Atlantic Ocean Channel, the width of the channel would have to be at least 1,600 meters. From Onitsha, following the natural tracks of the River Niger through lower end of Delta State, River State, and Bayelsa State to the Atlantic Ocean measures 210 kilometers. The question here is, even if we found the political will for such project, can Nigeria find the money to dig 162 meters depth and 1,600 meters wide from Onitsha, 210 kilometers to the Atlantic Ocean to have a seaport at Onitsha? I'm reading this report from Vanguard, August 29, 2023, the feasibility of seaport in the southeast. So I'll ask that question again based on what the writer is asking here, which is a very, very sensible question. It says here, can Nigeria find the money to dig 162 meters depth, 1,600 meters wide from Onitsha, which is 210 kilometers long, to the Atlantic Ocean, just to have a seaport at Onitsha? If you have that money and you are sane, would you not use that money for other sensible things? Again, at the Bayelsa State and Delta State ends to the Atlantic, there are labyrinths of oil and gas pipelines crisscrossing the entire region where the entry to the ocean will be needed. Can such critical national assets be destroyed to enable ships sail to the Onitsha seaport? In addition, the height of the just completed second Niger bridge is too low, such that no ship can pass under it. This indicates that the designers of the bridge were equipped with the above information, that no ocean-going ship or vessel will ever go to Onitsha. There are great cities and societies around the world without seaports doing just fine. Southeast Nigeria can be like them. It was written by an able person, by the way. We need not be fixated on seaport. It is a distraction that can lead to frustration, especially as we have the possibility of a much better modern means to move goods and services across the globe and should focus on it. In the USA, the cities of Las Vegas, Phoenix, Arizona, Dallas, New Mexico City, and so on. In Europe, Milan in Italy, Munich in Germany, Austria, and so on, have no seaports, but they are doing great. Non-availability of seaport has not hindered their development or make them inferior to any other city. In modern air travel, it is proven that there is nothing you cannot move by air freight. The only difference could be in packaging. The man is going deep into what they should do, which is brilliant. The point is just that there is no sensible person who has that kind of money to dredge the sea, because they're always using the word dredge. You can have a river port, right, where the things that are a ship that has berthed another in a seaport, you can have you can have a means of bringing them inland, right, using inland waterways essentially, right, using barges to stay on Onitsha. So you can have a river port in Onitsha. And it's not such a big deal that no governor can do it. So if it's that important, and let's say the government looks at it and says, okay, in our priority list, that makes sense, they will do it. If they have not done it, sincerely, I'm telling you the truth, it's because it doesn't make sense in their own priority list. And I don't even know the governors. But I think people should begin to hold their governors accountable. Lekki Deep Sea Port, it was not federal government project though. The Badagry port that's being built right now is not federal government project though. Ogun State is building a port though. These tears and cries, don't people get tired of it? Our governors are just flexing, doing whatever they're doing, but you're shouting leadership. But when they mention leadership, it's as if leadership just means presidency. Allahu Akbar to you too. Is that leadership is just about presidency? Oh, leadership, income force and leadership, we need Kinikon. How much is it going to cost to do this kind of thing? And what sensible human being will take that kind of money to go and invest? I'll read the dimensions to you again, just to think about the sheer size of what you're talking about. So you have your hot is working. Oh, I'll read about on it to you in a bit, but let me just finish reading this one. 162 meters deep. Normal called dig in terms of dredging water from the sea to your area. So they say, can Nigeria find the money to dig 162 meters depth, 1,600 meters wide from Onitsha, which is 210 kilometers long, to the Atlantic Ocean to have a seaport at Onitsha? Number one, do you need that? Do you have that money? Number two, even if you had that money, is that, and you'll be shouting people are hungry. Is that what will feed the people? Meanwhile, how much land do you have in that place? And I'm not throwing jabs. It means that whatever you have there will be taken over by this thing that you want to build. Be careful what you wish for. People will be left homeless. Meanwhile, there's another argument against this thing in this report as well. It says that a cursory look at the Google Earth map will show you that there is no part of Southeast anywhere near the Atlantic Ocean. No part. Onitsha Seaport, River Niger, like all 7 rivers of Africa, Nile, Niger, Senegal, Congo, Orange, Nile, Niger, Senegal, Congo, Orange, Limpopo, Zambia. I think the person who wrote this article was thinking of the song when he wrote it, because he just followed it according to the song. Anyway, Onitsha Seaport says River Niger, like all 7 rivers of Africa, Nile, Niger, Senegal, Congo, Orange, Limpopo, and Zambezi, are drying up due to global warming. In fact, you can walk across the River Niger, not swim, during the rainy season nowadays. High water levels can only be guaranteed during the rainy season. during the rainy seasons, and that can only sail floating barges, not ocean-going ships. Therefore, ocean-going ship making it to Onitsha is never ever going to be possible, even with the suggested dredging of the River Niger, because dredging cannot introduce more water when the source flow is now so tiny. The only possible means is to introduce huge water flow. The only possible means to introduce huge water flow will be to dig the Niger riverbed down to a point where the Atlantic Ocean could flow back up to Onitsha. There are people that need to be fed, there are schools that need to be built, there are hospitals that need to be built, but no. We must dig this thing and go and enter River Niger, enter Atlantic Ocean. We must dig down, dig deep. 162 meters, we've got to dig deep, wide, destroy people's houses. We must enter ocean. To do what? To export? To import. Does it? You're not exporting. You're not producing anything you want to give out to people. You just want to destroy everything so you can import something. Let's not talk. I want to read you something about on a port. Meanwhile, there are ports close to you. There are ports close. You better even open this own port that you can use. But no, if the federal government has not created what God cannot do, our leadership is not working. Anyway, I want to read you something about on a port. Just give me a second. Someone said let them suffer the consequences later. See, it will even be sensible if the person that is talking now is thinking of, oh, we have this new product in our place. We need to be. Meanwhile, what are you producing in Aba, for instance, that cannot go through air freight? What are you doing in Aba that you cannot put on? I mean, you have airports, you have cargo airports. You can't build cargo airports to move things out. Again, I would never see any sense in people just arguing for importation. Anyway, I want to read you something. I'll find it though. Cargo volume. Okay, Punch newspaper. Please pay attention to what I'm about to read. Containerized cargo, a key indicator of export trade activity. This is from Punch. Also grew significantly. Total container traffic increased by 25.7%, surpassing 2.1 million 20-foot equivalent units. Of this figure, Of this figure, export containers grew by 3.1%, while import-laden containers surged by 32.8%. So even the one we are talking about, wait till they take out like 3.1, wait till they bring in at 32.8% in terms of growth. The report further, there's a not the 205.8. I'm looking for something. Found it. Lekki Port emerged as the leading port in Nigeria, handling 40.6% of the nation's total cargo throughout. Onne Port followed with 19.1%, while Apapa Port accounted for 16.7%. So when it comes to containerized cargo, Onne is actually bringing more in than Apapa, second only to Lekki. So here's my question to people who are always shouting. For instance, it says beyond cargo volume, Lekki Port also attracted the large. I'll take it slowly. Beyond cargo volume, Lekki Port also attracted the largest vessels with an average gross registered tonnage of 55,712, slightly higher than Onne Port at 53,022 GRT. Apapa and Tinkan Island Port received ships averaging 33,251 GRT and 36,909 GRT respectively, while Delta Port handled vessels averaging 17,414 gross registered tonnage. So that's how much is coming in through ONE. So here's the question. Why are people not using ONE? People are using ONE, but the people who are complaining and crying and, cursing everybody else, why are they not using ONE? Could it be because the people you want to sell to are mostly in the Southwest? The answer is yes. Unless, of course, you hate people in ONE, which will not be surprising. A few more things I want to before we move on from this ONE, I think. Just a second, please. This report is from The Nation. Okay. The title is E-Call Up Exports Boost ONE Port Revenue, says MPA. This was published July 30, 2026, just a few days ago. The Nation newspaper. Please pay attention to this. The Nigerian Port Authority has attributed the ONE port complexes, The Nigerian Port Authority has attributed the ONE port complex rising revenue to increased export activity, the deployment of an electronic e-call-up system, and sustained investment in modern port infrastructure. The authority said development has positioned ONE as Nigeria's second highest revenue-generating port, driven by growing exports and improvised operational efficiency. Traffic manager of the ONE port complex, Sarajuddin Abolade, disclosed this during a tour of the port facilities for a select group of journalists, outlining the port's strategic role in Nigeria's maritime and oil and gas industries. According to him, exports of industrial and energy products have continued to rise, while technology-driven operations have improved cargo movement and eliminated bottlenecks. Abolade said, and I quote, "After Dangote and Lekki Deep Sea Port, the next revenue-generating port is ONE Port." Is it in Yoruba land? No. Is it in Lagos? Not even close. It's a river state. After Dangote and Lekki Deep Sea Port, the next revenue-generating port is ONE Port there. He identified the port's major export commodities as fertilizer produced by Indorama, propane, condensate, clinker, and other industrial cargoes shipped to destinations across Asia and other parts of Africa. Another parts of the world. Shipped to Asia and other parts of the world. There was, I wish I could find you, Sean Risha, this was last year, where customs 77 billion naira revenue jumps signal economic growth at eastern ports. Let me see if I can quickly find you that stuff. I put some things together so I can read to respond to. I saw this video this morning. I was disappointed. Person is carrying Jesus' Lord on the badge. Everything starts and ends with victimhood. And you don't talk about why you want to build is because you want to destroy the monopoly of Lagos. What did we do to you? Meanwhile, I think Lagos needs to breathe. We need to breathe. Let Lagos breathe. The Nigerian Customs Service on command in May, this was last year, declared an April revenue of 77.3 billion naira, the highest on record for a single month, signposting prospects for improved revenue collection in 2026. Ali Mohammed, controller of customs on a command, said, okay, this is May 2026, good. Ali, one second, please, let me be, okay, this is June 2026, just 2 months ago. Okay, good. The Nigerian Customs Service, I'm reading from Business Day. The Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, on a command in May declared an April revenue of 77.3 billion naira, the highest on record for a single month, signposting prospects for improved revenue collection in 2026. Ali Mohammed Alkali, controller of customs on a command, said during a press briefing on May 14, 2026, he said that the command generated a total revenue of 258 billion 204 million 841,355 naira 66 kobo. This represents an unprecedented revenue collection in the history of the command. This is a command, this is a place that said nothing's happening, it's only in Lagos. How are they able to generate 258 billion plus? Not 258 million, no. 258 billion, 204 million, 841,350 naira 66 kobo. The idea that nothing is happening elsewhere is a joke. It's just that whatever is happening elsewhere cannot compare with what's happening in the Southwest because of the purchasing power. And we cannot become poor to make you happy. There's one I want to read before we move on from this port thing. It's pot. If you don't have pot, will you die? There's no pot in Oyo State. Oyo State generates more VAT than the entire Southeast combined, times 3.2. You have to multiply it by 3.2 to get what Oyo State alone is generating. There's no pot in Oyo State. And that's the funny thing. What God has given you, you will never see it if you are focused on what He has not given you. It's a rule of life. That's not. It's not even just about all this sports matter. Even in our own lives, we have to be very careful. God has given you something. It can be something as tiny as this. Count your blessings. Do something with it, rather than looking over the window. What did He give your neighbor? He didn't give me. Therefore, you're not making progress. There's something I want to read. I'll find you that report. Dangote has used this port, to bring in trucks that were assembled in the Southeast, and this is an port that people are saying doesn't exist. People should, and I will say this several times. I've said this several times. There are good things in every part of Nigeria. There are great things in the Southeast that can be harnessed. But no, you're looking for what you cannot get instead of thanking God for what you have and building with it and doing something fantastic. And great things can happen in the Southeast. And it will be wonderful, because if Southeast is doing well, it also helps. Southwest does well, Southeast does well, South, North, Central, Northeast, Northwest. Nigeria is doing well near. But no, you not do anything. Just be there with Suku Egbiri. Let me read something to you from June 21, 2024. I found that report. How customs intercepted rifles, ammunition, drugs at Onne Port, July 2, 2024. Bashir Adeniyi, the Comptroller General of the Nigerian Customs Service, has narrated how 844 units of assorted rifles and 112,500 pieces of live ammunition, among other contraband, were intercepted at Onne Port. Adeniyi narrated this on Monday at a media briefing at Onne Area 2 Command in Rivers, organized to declare the seized items and hand them over to the appropriate authority. Based on intelligence sharing, a 40-footer container with number MAEU 165396, which originated from Turkey, was tracked based on some risk factors associated with its importation. The container laden with rifles and ammunition concealed in various items such as doors, furniture, and plumbing fittings was intercepted. So they put guns inside toys, in doors, in furniture, and plumbing fittings. But that container was intercepted at the bonded terminal of the Onne Port on Tuesday. It was intercepted at the bonded terminal of the Onne Port on June 21, 2024. The intercepted container laden with rifles and ammunition has a duty paid value of more than 4 billion naira. You know where that thing is going to be? In connection with this seizure, we have 3 suspects in our custody after securing a detention warrant from a competent court of justice. He said a thorough investigation is ongoing to ensure that all culprits involved in this nefarious business face the full weight of the law. Here's the thing. You could bring in fake drugs, guns, arms and ammunition using that port, and you say the port is not working. We got not judge you like this. We will break in Lagos. We will break. You cannot Okay. I just want to talk about the people that were arrested. So I don't want to change the topic to personal, Number. I just think that at some point, may God raise helpers for all of us in this country. Okay, may God. We need a new generation of thinkers, right? So that we can build a better country. You can't build a better country by crying every time. Everybody is against you. You don't have support. Again, it's going to cost so much. You don't have any ports close. You don't have any town, city, or village close to the sea. That's all. By the way, I'm from Ife. There's no sea in my hometown, so that you understand that we're not the same. But you get the point. The point is that you're not the only one. There's no sea in Sokoto. There's no sea in Kaduna. There's no sea in Badon. There's no sea in Ife. There's no sea in my hometown as well. Don't see me crying like a baby all over the place. Meanwhile, let's celebrate on a port for generating 77 billion, just like that, 250 plus billion naira. That's a lot of money from one port that is supposedly not working. If it's not working, how did they get all of that working? By the way, there are other ports working. There's One, there's Port Harcourt, there's Warri, there's Calabar Airport, and of course we have ports in Lagos. We're building one in Ogun State. The Odose will be built very soon. Ibom Deep Sea Port. Things are being done. If you are really interested, let's say for instance, you've heard all this trenching about you have to dig 162 meters deep. You have to, think about 16,000 meters kilometers or no, 16,000 meters wide, 210 kilometers long. If you think you have all that money, please put it together, form a consortium, and go and look for any sensible, sane human being that would invest in that kind of thing. But let's say, for instance, who knows, somebody comes around and say, you know what, that's what I want to invest in. Then get the person to invest in it and build it. Like, show us. These people don't know how to pepper us. You pepper us. 1 second. There is you pepper the rest of the country, like what you could not do for us, we have done for ourselves. And what God cannot do, you have done it. Hallelujah. And then you can invite Odumeje to come and, that one, I saw a video where we were just insulting everybody. Saw the president, just talking. Tasi Yoruba. How come the loudest voices from some places are not it is well? I don't want to say some things because, again, we have to respect ourselves. Umbo, I want to read the report to you, but I need to find it. If I don't read it, the story will not be, the conversation will not be full. Anyway, people should be a bit more, just chill, right? There's no region that God has not blessed. God has blessed the southeast as he has blessed the southwest, as he has blessed, the north. There's no part of this country that doesn't have something. There's no state in this country that doesn't have at least one mineral resource. Some have 10, as many as 10. Bitumen, bauxite, talc, tin, gold, lithium, of course, oil, gas, all kinds of things. So why can't people just think of what they have and work with it rather than, asking God why I didn't give them what other people have given them? I want to read you something very quickly, because I think it's a very good way to conclude this conversation about ports. I want to read something from Business Day. Nigeria is one of the leading maritime destinations in the West Africans. I'll take that slowly. Nigeria, as one of the leading maritime destinations in the West African sub-region, has 6 fully developed and active seaports where import cargoes can be destined to and from any seaport in the world. All right. The 6 ports include Apapa, Lagos, Tinkan Island, Lagos, Rivers, River State, One, River State, Calabar, Cross Rivers, and Delta in Delta State, or Warri in Delta State. I think they meant to write. Please pay attention. Out of the 6 seaports, export cargoes can only be allowed to move from Apapa or Tinkan Island, both in Lagos, making them the only legitimate exit gate for all Nigerian exports, irrespective of their origin. Mambo. No, this one I'm looking for. I'm looking for the imports, not the exports. 1 second. I'm looking for the imports. This is under conversation, Mambo. Meanwhile, they are exporting from 1 and 2, like we read earlier. So that's not what I'm thinking about, Mambo. I think it's in Vanguard. Which of you is what I'm looking for? I think it's this one. Mambo. Brilliant. This is what I was looking for. Is in Vanguard. Why importers prefer Lagos to other ports in the country was published in 2019. And this is the managing director of Nigerian Ports Authority, Adiza Bala Usman. She has said many people preferred the ports in Lagos to those in other parts of the country because of roads and accessibility. Speaking in Lagos, Usman said Lagos ports were congested because most of the products, pay attention please. This is what I was looking for. Speaking in Lagos, Usman said Lagos ports were congested because most of the products imported into the country through them were consumed by residents of Lagos and neighboring states. That's the MD of the Nigerian Ports Authority. The reason importers prefer Lagos is not because we did juju or the federal government said it must be Lagos or you die. That's not why. It's because it makes business sense, even common sense. I'll read that again. The managing director of Nigerian Ports Authority, Adiza Bala Usman, has said many people prefer the ports in Lagos to those in other parts of the country because of roads and accessibility. Speaking in Lagos, Usman said Lagos ports were congested because most of the products imported into the country through them were consumed by residents of Lagos and neighboring states. On the steps being taken by NPA to develop other ports in the country, Usman said, as a shipper, you decide where your cargo will go to. Quite a lot of cargo that come into the Lagos area are meant for the Lagos environment, Ogun State, the manufacturing hub, all those industries around, and also some that are going to the north. Then the eastern part, we have Warri Port, which has a draft of 7.5 meters. We can't go below that. That's the maximum we can go. We have NNPC pipelines that are buried there, so we can't dredge below that, which is the pipeline that the other gentleman was talking about in the report we read. About even if you want to dig 162 meters down, are you going to destroy all the pipelines in Bayelsa because you want to get the port in, you want to get Atlantic Ocean into Onitsha? And we pray it doesn't destroy things in Onitsha if you, okay. So, that nobody knows about this thing more than the NPA MD as far as accessibility and the reason is concerned. The reason is because people will get the money to buy waiting and they bring in. Now this side and they. Also, when it comes to manufacturing, you see it in Ogun State. And I think it's also in Oyo State right now because there's a lot of work going on in Oyo State right now. So that means that that corridor is where most of the things are consumed. So what work needs to be done is to enable the environment where people's purchasing power actually goes high enough to be able to afford the things they're importing into Nigeria. Get the point? With these few points of mine, I really wanted to read this one. I'm very glad I found it. I'm very happy that I found this report. Because it would not have been cool if I didn't get it. So the point is, if you really want to do import, you know, most likely you're going to look. If you ask me, I want people to actually move away from Lagos for a bit. Why? Because it choke. It's choking. And then people come everywhere, then they'll be complaining They don't feel like they're part of the land. They're not even trying to make it better. They're complaining it's smelling. It's a terrible place, but they will not leave. But they will complain, and then they will insult the ministers, insult Yoruba people, but they will not leave. They will import, but they will not leave. So, you know, the ports are working in other parts of the country. That's what we're trying to say. Try and use those ports and become richer and become. The world is not even richer. Just may your regions get better. You need to think about it. If you have a place where they're always fighting and bombing and killing each other, is that the place you'll be importing things to? People are moving out of your place, but you want a port there that'll be importing, not exporting, no. That'll be importing things because we have to prove that we have leadership. This is a billionaire, by the way. Atolowo, Azitalaka, everybody just sleeps and faces one direction. It's a wonderful thing. By the way, if you were not here when we're talking about it, it's the video where I've been responding to the video by Mr. Cosmas Maduka, who was saying that they want to remove the monopoly of Lagos. I don't know who said you should not do it already. There are many ports functioning. It's just that, you know, people can afford some of the things that have been imported, so they end up in the southwest. Most of it, by the way. Anyway, there's one more thing I was supposed to do, but I think we're going to push it to tomorrow. Okay, that's Peter Obi's speeches and clashes. But I want to do history tomorrow. I want to do history. You know what? Let's do it now. I want to do history tomorrow. So maybe we'll not speak too much on it. Just you listen to it, so I'll know that we've covered all the bases. And then tomorrow we'll come. I want to talk about. Is Peter Obi truth not to be fair? Shall only I'll fight the president in Nigeria, and maybe just something from him, and then we'll call it a day. Someone says, why didn't Maduka move his business to Onitsha? Who will buy? I'm sure you know the answer to that question. You know, people like to deceive themselves. If he's that passionate about what he's saying, how come he's not in the southeast operating his business from there? The luxury cars is importing. How come that's not the basis? You know, people just say things. 1 second, please. Oh boy. Guys, 1 second. You understand why I laughed just now? I hope I find you something. Give me a second, please. I want to respond to something on YouTube because, again, you want to make sure that we're getting feedback. It's not one-sided. Mambo. You know, I don't even want to look for anything for you. I think I can just tell you because it's not that harsh. If it's harsh, I will play it from the horse's mouth. The harsh part I will mention. You know what? Let me play this one first. Take a listen. This is, by the way, this is the Amayanabo of Opobo, King Danderson Douglas Jaja, Jackie the Fifth. And this is what he said about what you are saying in the. Oh, can you hear me now? Hello? Hear me? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for calling my attention to that. So the person here says Opobo. Again, see, I have no axe to grind on this matter. But since we like history, I want to make sure that people who are talking here know what they're saying. I like to refer you to something. So someone says Opobo people are Igbos and they have seashore. Your lies are amusing. So take a listen to His Royal Majesty King Danderson Douglas Jaja Jackie 5, who is the Amanayabo of Opobo. Take a listen, please. At least they know where they are from, Abi. Okay.
Went from Manumashu, the ceremony called Manumission, which made him a bring-on of body until he died in spoke the Malay language. Then, by accident, we are not able to keep peace with him. So we'll eventually get back to the basics of the Malay language. We'll try to do that. So whoever, for whatever reason, thinks they can tie that for us, well, that person must be not well informed. Is in job through and through.
They said Opobo is just through and through. So if you have any problems, please go to the Palace of the Amanayabo and go and get angry with them. I'm sure they would not mind. You know, I don't want to say some things. It's history, but it's not something I want to say. Maybe you need to do, what's your name, Seth? Michael Chukwuka, whatever your name is. Maybe you need to read a few, maybe a couple of books on how your people got to that part of the country. I think you should. Meanwhile, I'll read you a letter, an open letter on separation of politics from the ethnic identity of Opobo people by concerned indigenes of Opobo Kingdom in the eastern Niger Delta fringe of Rivers State. This was put out on 6 February 2025. We, the concerned indigenes of the Opobo Kingdom, comprised of men, women, and youth, having come to the knowledge of the falsehood making their rounds on the social media space, hereby affirm our heritage and ancestral lineage. We categorically declare that Opobo is Ijo and not Igbo. This statement serves to correct any misconceptions regarding our ethnic identity and to reinforce the historical truth about our origins, culture, and traditions. You know what? This letter is long. If you want to read it, let me know in the comment section. Maybe I will just, put it on the Telegram channel for everybody. It's a long letter. But if you're interested, let me see in the comment section. If you are, seriously, I'm going to put it on the Telegram channel. It's about 4 pages. And I don't have the time. I'll just read the conclusion. We stand firm in preserving and promoting our Ijo heritage. The people of Opobo remain Ijo by ancestry, culture, language, and traditions. We call upon the Rivers State Government, Rivers State Council of Traditional Rulers, the Ijo National Congress, Ijo Youth Council, historians, researchers, government authorities, and the general public to respect and uphold this truth. Opobo is not Igbo land. That's what they said. And I think I should say something. People will say, but King Jaja was an Igbo man. King Jaja of Opobo wasn't an Igbo man. Wasn't an Igbo man. He was an Igbo boy who became an Ijo man. But you see, if your culture, if you're not advanced enough to understand how that can happen, that's why the king explained as manumission. If you don't understand how that happened, maybe you should calm down and ask people, how does that take place? Then they will explain to you. A person gets into a place as a slave, becomes a freeborn, adopts a culture, is adopted into a family. That's a story for another day. Adopted into a particular family, a merchant family, an Ijo family, eventually rose to become the leader of that group, then founded a city as an Ijo man with Ijo people. And you guys are shouting. Do they speak Igbo in some parts of Opobo? Yes, they do. But you should ask why. I mean, I don't want to do it. Let me just leave the matter, Jerry, because you should ask why. We know why, but it's not my... If you want to know the person that you should... There's some people you should listen to, Sha, but let me not talk about it today. God will help all of us. It is well with Nigeria. It is well with your ethnicity. It is well with you. Let's read a few more comments. Dan almost says, he said you want to collapse Lagos. It's not going to happen. New Era says the SE, Southeast, are supposed to be the champions of railway cargo and travel in Nigeria and even West Africa, but they don't see it. They'll see it eventually. Margaret Uniegwe says, please, dear moderator, you are never transparent with your talks. You are always criticizing a particular set of people. Go ahead and be collecting the front and back money given to you. You guys are dumb. You should not have said, please, dear moderator. If you're going to be insulting me, you are dumb. Margaret, I don't care who you are very dumb. Why do you guys think that everybody that speaks is doing so because he has collected money? Are you guys so poor that the definition of everything in your life revolves around money? Do you not have any other thing that you live for? Collecting money is collecting money. To do what? So, telling you that you don't have a C in the South is because I collected money. You are dumb. How did they... It is well. Let me not talk, Sha. It is well with you, but you are dumb. Sincerely, Margaret, you are dumb. Mr. Abubakar says, please post it. We learn of the voices that are not often very often heard. Since Mr. Abubakar said that, Mr. Dungus, because of what you said, somebody said that they want to use for Gbasgbos. That's why I did not respond. But because of what Mr. Dungus said, I'm going to put the letter on the Telegram channel. Please go to Redomi Global. Redomi is spelled R-E-D-O-M-I. Redomi Global. You will find the letter that the job people wrote. It's right there right now. It's 4 pages. It's not very... I could have read it, but I don't want to make it to this topic. But you can read it yourself. Go on Telegram, Redomi Global. You'll find everything you want there. Okay. Maybe I should put this Telegram on the link tree as well, so that it can be easy for people to access it. But please, you'll find the letter there. It was written 6 February 2025. What I'm saying basically is that they know who they are, and there's a way Igbos got to Opobo, and it's not very cool. And because you guys have not come to terms with your history, I don't want to be the one to tell you. I'm sure you'll find out yourself. And the rest of us can also go and research. You'll discover how they got there. Until somebody insults me about it, I'm not going to talk. If you insult me about it, I will tell you about it. But if not, I'll just leave you alone. How can I say I'm never transparent with my talk? How am I supposed to be transparent? Am I glass? Transparent, translucent. Am I water? Am I glass? Why would I be transparent? I tell you what it is. If you don't like it, that's okay. If you like it, it's okay. You don't have to agree. By the way, listen, you don't have to agree with anything I say. That's the beauty of life. That's the beauty of this platform. You don't have to agree. You can say you don't agree. It's okay. It's just that you don't get to talk unless you have a superior argument, which I will listen to if you do have one. But since you're talking about the fact that I've collected money, it means you don't have anything upstairs that you can. But God bless you, because you need it. Thank you very much, Mr. Dungus. Hey, Omojola, good to see you, sir. Good to see you here. It's been a minute. I've not seen you. Okay, I used to see you on Twitter. Well, welcome. It says, Igbo have not lobbied for a comprehensive erosion plan for Igbo land. That's about the size of your state. Instead, they want the federal government to do the state's job and foolishly dredge the ocean. Your point is fantastic, but don't worry. Priorities is all about priorities. Prof, Kabesi, where's my share of the money? Which money? Why do people assume that I'm paid? You know, that means that whenever they do things right and they speak up, it's because they've been paid. Because these guys project a lot. It means everything they do it for money. That's why they assume everybody is doing it for money. It's not about money. We just have a conversation, historical conversation, factual conversation. And also, you don't get to say whatever you want to say and nobody gets to respond. That's not going to happen. So maybe you're new to people responding to your rubbish, but get used to it, Margaret. But if you send me money, I'll collect. By the way, if you're on TikTok, I always come. You are my sponsor. Every time they ask who is sponsoring him, where's he getting? Is people here? So support what we're doing. I'll put up account later. But for real, you will listen. You are the ones who sponsor what you're the ones who support what we're doing. It's not like there's somebody's. Why do you think? Why do people think somebody just happened as you collect money, go and do something? You guys are very interesting. Michael Chukwu says Jaja Okobo is an Igbo man. It is a fact. His grandson cannot genetically become a Jaw. You are just being mischievous. You can also pull over 10 videos of Okobo people who identify as Igbo. You just said here that the people of Okobo speak Igbo. Even this new king speaks Igbo and trying to learn Ijaw. So go and look for your history. I don't want to talk, please, Michael. You are saying that I'm being mischievous. I don't want to talk. Let me just not talk. Let me not talk. But Okobo was not. Jaja was not an Igbo man. I think it's because of your own culture. You know where you come from. You don't know that. You don't really care about complexities when it comes to identity. Like you're very simple-minded. Like this is how it is. You know, father to son. You don't understand that people can actually change. Particularly, for instance, it happens in my own culture. For instance, a very simple example. There are many examples. I've shared some examples there before. I've shared the example of one major professor of philosophy. She's late now. Fantastic woman, fantastic mind. Professor Sophia Oluwole, who did a lot of work in Yoruba philosophy, published a fantastic work on Oromila. 1 second. Did a fantastic work. The book is called, had lots of works, by the way, but this particular one, Socrates and Oromila, two patron saints of classical philosophy. Fantastic mind, Professor Sophia Oluwole. But in reality, her grandfather was from Benin, right? Her maiden name was Aloba, Sophia Aloba, Sophia Bosede Aloba. Then she got married to, and then took on the surname Oluwole. Her surname is Aloba. It's her father who is Aloba. Her grandfather is a Gareva, who is from present-day Edo State. But he got into the culture, assimilated into Yoruba culture, gave birth to a son who is Yoruba, and the children are Yoruba. And Professor Sophia Oluwole was a Yoruba woman. You can't understand that, Chukwemeka, because where you're coming from is a bit different there. I get it, and it's okay. But try to understand the fact that some people have also evolved beyond certain spaces, so you have to get it. Another example is what we have in Lagos. We have many examples in Lagos from Kwara State, present-day Kwara. Of course, before Kwara became Kwara, the people came here from Ilofa, who are Lagosians, who are Isaleko today. The people who came in from present-day Kwara, the people from Kanuri, from Borno State today, whose fathers were Kanuri, whose great-grandfathers were Kanuri. They are Yoruba people today. Oshojitakpa, for instance, was Nupe. That's the example I was looking for, Olumide. Thank you very much. Our governor in 1979, his grandparents were from present day. I mean, of course, they came into Lagos before Nigeria even became Nigeria, to be fair. But if you trace his ancestry, God bless you, Obasanjo Okoli, you trace his ancestry to Ibomino. But they're Eko. They're Yoruba anyway, but they're Lagosians, the indigenous of Lagos. All right. You have example, and it's not just Lagos. You see it in Abeokuta, you see it in Ibadan, you see it all over Yoruba land. I mean, the other day I was talking to you about the woman who, Madame Kaola, in Ibadan. Her great grandfather were from Senegal. There's something called acculturation. You see, this is why when you have conversations about assimilation and integration, these people say, no, it's because in their minds there's something they're losing. They don't see anything. They have to come. They want to authorize the owners of the land and take over from them and usurp power. That's what they want to do. They don't understand the fact that you can actually, acculturate, you can actually assimilate or at least integrate into a culture and become part of the people. It's what every civilized people group knows. There are people whose fathers, Senegal. She talked about it. They moved, came in through Ilori, eventually got to Iseyin. From Iseyin, they got to Ibadan. They have a family compound in Ibadan. But no, he's an Iboma, he's a Jaja. Yeah, when you talk like this, let me just tell you, when you talk like this, somebody needs to tell you, clowns, this thing. When you talk like this, you are revealing how low you are in cultural evolution process. And that's why you cannot become anything else apart from who you are. The Yoruba people, for instance, who moved to Senegal, who moved to Mali, who became part of those people centuries before Nigeria, centuries before the British got here. The people also moved into our land, and then now we are all together. Someone mentioned the Queen of England. The family is from they are Germans. And you're right, Ogade on TikTok. You're right. Up until recently, the name, the Windsor name, Windsor is just around the time of the war. That was when they changed the name to Windsor so that it can sound more English. It means it's a better English sounding name, essentially. Before then, it was Saxe-Coburg or something, very Germanic name. They're Germans. I don't understand. This country makes you think that everybody's on the same level. We are not, though. We are not. This one doesn't understand the concept of assimilation or integration. It's like whatever you are, you will always be. So what should I do to all my brothers who are from Nupe, who are Yoruba today? Sorry, they're not even from Nupe. Their great-grandfather was from Nupe. As a matter of fact, that man became a chief in Lagos. Very committed to Kosoko. That's how I've said it before. When you look at that story, you see how when the bombardment happened in 1851, when when the British attacked Lagos, he was on the side of Kosoko. This one cannot be on your side, though. Any small thing by Oso Abiola, Ontija, that concept of loyalty, of becoming part of the people of the land is strange, is foreign. But they want to become the governor of the same place. 1 second, something is wrong on the laptop. Let me check the comments. I know you'd have responded. I'm even done, but maybe we'll do OB before we go. It's past 9 already, Sha. Hope you had a great time, everyone. Someone says the Ga people of Ghana were descendants of Bashorunga. No, they're not, though. The Ga people existed in Ghana long before Bashorunga was born. Oh. Bashorunga himself has Bariba origins. So, Ejo, Emasobel. The Ga people are not from Bashorunga. Anyway, someone says it's Bashorunga. Okay, we've already done that. Someone says the Okwawo now Lafia Ekpetedo. Ekpetedo ye gan. That was when the Oshoditakpa came back to when after Kosoko returned to the island. Babatunde Olabi says, you don't know your history, bro. Acculturation my house. You sound very retarded. Just because you're Yoruba doesn't mean I cannot talk to you anyhow. Because when you're talking, also use your brains. What do you mean? I don't know my history, acculturation. If you have a problem with your ass, go and meet your fellow donkeys now. Yes, Olamide, when they returned from Epe with Kosoko, that was when they now put them in Ekpetedo. I mean, I think this person is probably using a Yoruba name, but is not an Omoluabi. The point is, if a Yoruba person, you must understand. Okay, he's an Igbo man. Okay. Anyway, I think we've had enough of that side attraction. the point is that you guys have to grow up, understand the fact that not everybody is limited. God help you. But if it's in Toro, long bangbo. All right, let's wrap up with Chukwuka. I think it's enough for before I go and now tell you what I didn't want to say. All I need to play is just one video from your man. Kyoko Baba, Asari Dokubo. He will answer your questions. You understand life now. So just stop being stupid in the comment section. God bless you. Eh? Go and build the seaport, by the way, in Anambra. You have erosion issues, but no, it's seaport that you cannot have. Don't worry, it'll be all right. All right. Before we go, I'm going to continue with this Peter B thing tomorrow because it ties into. Oh, Babatunde Olabia, I'm so sorry. I was wondering because wait, please, let me just say something. Please always try to write the name of the person you are responding to. I was like, this person cannot be Omoluabi, can't be a Yoruba man. I apologize to you too, Babatunde Olabi on YouTube. You did not write any name now. You just wrote what you are saying. Please, so. This one I got to read. Margaret Unegwe, you lack your words to say. Tribalistic in nature. Listen, this country. Anybody that tells you that people are tribalistic, they are the ones that are tribalistic. Their lives depend on tribalism. They project a lot. Just a bunch of clowns. Doesn't mean anything to me, by the way. So, Margaret, continue being stupid. So shall it be. I mean, oh yeah, let's take a listen to this one and then we'll go home. There's a question from your Lord and Savior, Peter B. And he said something, and I'll play you something that a sane man said about Peter B. But first, let us listen to Mr. Gregory Peter B. Mr. Watunde Olabi on YouTube. Thank you very much for explaining right now. I apologize, but again, that's what I was saying, that show Olabi, but now that you have clarified it, thank you very much for clarifying it. Again, please, next time when you're typing, be mentioning the person you're talking to, so that we will know. Sorry, I always using your social media. Anyway, let's get to Peter B. Let's listen to something. Somebody's to take charge of the voting process in the next election, and this is what Peter B had to say. Take a listen from the beginning and beginning. All right.
Good evening, Your Excellency. My name is James Eze. I'm a poet and a public relations consultant. Your Excellency, you talked about voters protecting their votes this time so that they can be firmly in charge of the entire process of the election. And I am wondering what you are doing in terms of voter education to prepare the voters to take charge of the voting process in 2027. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, my dear brother, James. James, that's exactly what I'm doing now, because I'm now beginning to tell them that 35 million is going to be, is expected to go under the hunger list now. We've actually moved from below 100 in the hunger list to 109 now, going to 150. In a short while, we will, as we will not do, we'll be number one. Because we're always the one. So millions of others, today you've seen the World Bank say that 79% of Nigerians are facing the possibility of poverty. That is over 180 million out of 230. James, I believe all of us are headed there. Soon it will be 90%. So the people now have to stop that, to reverse that. And that's my education. We cannot continue to listen to all this every day. You open paper, is kidnapped. You open paper, is fake agency. You open paper, is stealing. We are not doing budgets for churches, for scholarships, for goats, for animals. We have now lived in a country where snakes swallowed money. This happened. It is now time to deal with the snake.
This is the person that's ever believed to be their savior. Hey, John Cholon, what was the question and what did Peter Obi say? It has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the question they asked him. And these are the issues. These are the issues. But, you know, that's the Lord and Savior. If you're a Yoruba person and you're supporting this person, please think again. Like, try and listen to all the things they have said and see if you can make sense of it. If you're from the South is supporting him, I understand. I mean, you are who you are. Somebody got about 90% from his region. It's understandable. I get it. So I understand. I'm not judging you. We listen, we don't judge. But what are you going to do in terms of voter education? The guy is talking about snake. And this is the best we're supposed to actually work with. Somebody said, Baba, no network. That's brilliant. First, let me play something from a lady who was trying to dissect what Peter B. Shamapo stands for Niba Abi, what they understand by what he's trying to communicate, if they do at all. Okay, it's from this device. This is not good enough, you know, in a country like ours. I might have to play it from this device. Give me a second. Oh, okay. Found it. It's a gentleman who was on. I'll get you his name later. Take a listen while I find you his name.
You've spoken 12 times, 13 times with President Tinubu.
That's one before he became president. Don't campaign. Because I needed to be convinced that this is the person.
Sorry, this one is so fast. Yeah, go slow down. The point, what I'm trying to do here is, you know, number one, I think it's sad that people haven't done Tinubu. But for the sake of politics, we're going to listen to both of them and then we're going to find a way to decide if, okay, I think I found it. Number, just give me a second. Kazima Fegwa, who has been in the political landscape for a bit, so he definitely knows what he's talking about. But please take a listen to this.
You've spoken 12 times, 13 times with President Tinubu.
That's one before he became president. Don't campaign. Because I needed to be convinced that this is the person I'm supporting. The same way I spoke to the Peter Obi, ask him. I transferred penalty. And I told him, I said, look at the people that are following you. Look at them. Kind of the only one person is from Kano. The many people are from South is where you come from. It makes you talk here. No insulting. That was my assessment of him. I told him. They wanted me to be Peter Obi spokesman in 2023. Some big shots were supporting him. I said, no, I'm engaged in. Don't forget that in 2019 I was spokesperson to the PDP presidential campaign when Atiku and Peter Obi were candidates. We attended several meetings together of the blueprint in order to champion, and I didn't see there's no cutting edge intellectuality in Peter Obi. I'm sorry to say that, but there's no cutting edge intellectuality. I'm not seeing anything so special about it. That's the truth.
Are you saying between Peter Obi and Tinubu, in terms of intellectual capacity, you will choose Tinubu ahead of Peter?
In fact, when Tinubu is number 50, Obi will be number 10.
Yes.
You need to tell the truth.
Is it what we are seeing, or we are living contrary to reality?
What are you saying?
Are we living contrary to reality?
No, you see, this is the mistake people make. If Peter Obi were to be smart and intellectually fecund, I expect him by now to have propagated alternate viewpoints and ideas about governance different from what Tinubu is doing to convince Nigerians that this, if you follow these ones, it will be better. Tinubu removed floated in error. What is your alternative? No opposition has given us any alternative. He removed subsidy. None of them have said that no, subsidy was bad because they also Tinubu introduced NEFON. They have not said that are they going to remove NEFON? This is a bad idea. So president is coming up with different policies and all that. All they are shouting about, oh, there's corruption, and we don't like this. Okay, electricity. We're not sure. What are you going to do? Tell us. They begin to make it popular among Nigerians. Everybody is not criticism from state or criticism. That's what they call acts for act's sake. Those people who are writers, gifted writers, who just present society as it is, not as it ought to be. I'm not going to be driven on that path to appreciate and celebrate anybody when I present society as it is. I just told you just now. I said we need attitudinal reorientation. If I'm a president, I will carry that one out, as a policy. Because you cannot be on traffic and there's a brutal crisis that you have about 10 different lanes on a 2-lane road. Then tell me that you still blame government for that mentality. Elsewhere, outside Nigeria, no matter you see them on straight line within that lane, they won't hold their tire off the line because they know the penalty for such. So if Peter Obi were to be smart, were to be brilliant, he would have given us SPC's viewpoints, continental viewpoints on how to navigate ourselves away from high inflation rate, how this thing. The president has taken our foreign reserve from 9 billion, 4.something billion, but that's 9 billion now.
He said that Peter Obi does not have there is no cutting edge intellectuality. It's true though. I mean, it sounds like an insult, but it's the truth. And the interviewer actually showed that the Peter Obi guy. He said, "You are telling me you will pick Tinubu over Peter Obi? Which foolish person will pick Peter Obi over Tinubu?" You know what we should do? Let's ask people. Let's take a state that Tinubu governed and a state that Peter Obi governed. Where would you like to live? This is even hypothetical, interestingly, because you can actually say even Peter Obi is not living in the state that he governed. He's living in the state that Tinubu governed. Well, the guy was saying, are we living in alternate reality? He is living in alternate reality clearly because he's just talking whatever. Peter Obi, how? Anyway, I hope the man, talks to himself and sees how unrealistic the thing is. But I like what the gentleman said.
You've spoken.
1 second. I want to get his name again because it's important to mention that. Afegbua. Kazim Afegbua. All right. Jesus is coming soon. I said you should use your real name. You cannot be Jesus is coming soon and be this stupid in your comments. I've not said this to you before, but I'm going to say it today. Your comments are stupid. How can you say Igbos and federal government built Lagos, not Yorubas? Are you dumb? No, did I say are you dumb? No, you are dumb. Stop putting Jesus in front of your name because it doesn't mask your stupidity. You built Lagos, but you are living in erosion region. I beg you. How do you guys say it in your Igbo language? Nonsense. Develop Lagos. Are you not ashamed of yourself? You come from the east that we have been to. I've been to the east too. Can even take you to Bolafo. I'm not just going to tell you about Oka or Onitsha. I can take you to Bolafo, show you around different parts of the southeast. I tell me that you develop. It's your such like that, and you develop Lagos. I'm going to end on this note. Since you came up with it, let me tell you something. If you see any group that's always saying that they develop people, they are slaves. When you hear people saying, I developed this place, I developed that place, but you can't see them do that same thing where they come from. It's a slave talking. I hope you are not one. Because the slave always needs that coping mechanism to make it look as if he has achieved something in life. Because when he looks around in his immediate environment, he sees nothing that's actually worth anything. But he has to find a way to justify his reason for existence by latching on to something someone else has built. Does it not sound stupid to you that you cannot say you built the place you are from, but you built everywhere else but home? What does that make you, a vagabond? Someone said Jesus is coming, guy, 65 years old. You can't be 65 years old and be this dumb. And if you are 65 years old and dumb, that's your family's problem. Don't bring it to me. If you come, I will tell you what you... I've been seeing this guy for about a year. I've been for about 6 months now. He will come and say rubbish. I just wait for him to go. Today is your day. Say amen. You are serious? He's 65. Oh God, he's 65. Age does not come with wisdom. By now. But I don't apologize for what I said, though. What you said is stupid. And only slaves go around telling everybody that they built their spaces without having to show what they built, where they come from. So the question is, if he's a slave, you can be 65 and be dumb. By the way, where I come from, we're the ones that we're talking about age and respect. You guys even have respect where you come from. It's not here you be coming and be asking me for you say, why yes, 72, what kind of rubbish is that? You go everywhere telling people that you developed their place. That thing is insulting. And the funny thing is, you look around where they are from, you can't find anything that looks like where they are saying they developed. To be fair, though, I'm not even surprised. There's another person, one elderly man that said they built Lagos. They built. I have his video on one device there. We built Lagos. We built Kano. We built Meduguri. We built Port Harcourt. We built this. We built that. Oh yeah, go. What did you build where you come from? I think Nigerians have spoiled you guys. People just allow you to talk. The Southeast needs your building technology prowess. Go and build home. Charity needs to begin up to not abroad. Anyway, I think we have come to the end of this session. Someone says, you go run things not. So here's the point. What I can't even talk. Your belly is your God. Chukudi. Because why do you think I'm doing this for Sheyi's money? You guys are dumb. Watunde, thank you very much for answering the question. No. If Sheyi brings money, I'll go collect. Last, you will all get transformer and you talk to your father. Let me not tell you that. You all get transformer, sir. Hopefully you don't die. You call this hate. I think they've pampered you too much. I don't hate you. I think I actually love you more than you can imagine. You're not just used to the kind of love that tells the truth or that doesn't pander to your stupid narratives. So anybody that doesn't say you are the best since sliced bread, you can talk nonsense, nobody answers you. When you don't answer, the person likes you. If that's your definition of like, then I'm not in that space. Somebody wants to come up. I want to go. It's past 9. It's 9:30. The reason I was talking, I was waiting for people to come. I didn't see people come up. Jesus is coming, wants to come up. No, I don't want you to come up. It's 9:30. I have family. How can you, 65 years old, be telling me that you and federal government developed Lagos? Listen, just for history's sake, since we discuss history, politics, culture, and innovation here, let's say some history. At the time Lagos was Lagos, in fact, let me not even tell you, let me not go back to the 14th or 15th centuries. Let me not even go back to those ones. Let me just tell you what happened in the 19th century. You see, 1851. Pay attention, everybody. 1851 was when the bombardment of Lagos happened. It was the British attacking Lagos. 1851. 1857 was when Ajayi Crowther arrived on Onitsha to set up the Niger mission. At that point, the way he met you people, when they bombarded Lagos, Lagos was already a vibrant commercial trade center, and it has been that way for centuries before the bombardment in 1851. 6 years later, when Ajayi Crowther arrived your space, you don't know what he found, Abi. I'll recommend the book. I don't want to read it because if I read it, I will say something that I don't want to say tonight. A Charge Delivered on the Banks of the Niger River was published in 1866. He wrote a description of the people he met there. You should not be saying you developed any of this place. People are saying I should let him come up. I want to go now. Okay, you know what? No. You're just going to come and disturb me. 65. Did you stop growing up when you reach a particular level You just grow older. Because there's growing up, there's growing old. People grow old without growing up because what kind of old 65? I think people want to listen to him. 1 minute and then I'll move. I'll go. I'll just play the anthems and go. 1 minute. I hope I don't regret this.
Good evening. Good evening,
Please,
brother.
are you 65 years old?
I didn't. Did I told you I'm 65 years old?
No,
Did I say that to you?
You didn't told me. I just wanted to know.
I never said that. So you can only hear it from my mouth. If I'm 65, I will tell you by myself. No,
That's what I'm asking. Are you 65?
I'm not. I'm not up to that.
Okay.
But that is not the bone of contention. What I'm trying to say here
So they were
is,
lying in the comment section. You guys should stop lying in the comment section. He's not 65 years old.
So,
oh yeah, please continue.
But by my voice, you will know I'm not up to 65, but I'm close to 60. So that is it. Yes, I'm close to 60. Yes. I'm close to 60. I'm in my.
You're close to 60.
Yeah.
And you say these kind of things on social media.
What did I
close
say?
to 60 and 65 at this point.
Can you allow me to elaborate? What did I say that is wrong? Every platform, everywhere you people talk about Igbo. What is the crime of Igbo? Go and listen to the video from your brother, not from an Igbo man. A video from Tunde Bakare, as he was giving sermon in his church. Google it and listen to him and just digest.
Why? Why should I do that?
Said. So that you can know where all this hate is emanating from.
Who is hating
you? Can know where the Yorubas, where this hatred is coming from. Do you know what he said? Let me tell you what. Let me highlight you on what he said. Let me highlight you on what he said. He said he was invited by the elders of some elders of Yoruba land, and when he got to the meeting, the topic was Igbos. They have bought everywhere in Lagos, and they will continue to buy and buy and buy. We must do everything to checkmate them and stop them. He said, he asked them, is that why you people invited me to this type of meeting? What stopped you? When these Igbos came to buy all this land, you're accusing them today, you want to stop them, you want to take the lands back. Did they come with GUN and ask you either your land or your life? Why not you learn their industry and try to be industrious like them? Yes.
Please stop. No, you will finish. You will finish. But not now. No, wait. At that point, I will stop you. This is what people do. Learn their industry. What industry? Listen, I respect, whatever you have been able to achieve for yourself, like, is great. But you guys should stop this rubbish. And I see it a lot. I even see it amongst pastors preaching in Yoruba churches, in churches in Lagos, in different parts of Southwest. They'll be doing this stupid comparison. Learning industry run and call them barakakiri.
If I'm lying,
my brother, hold on, wait. This is why I don't like bringing people up. Like everyone come out very cantankerous. Let me say what I want to say. The women at Balogun Market, I don't want to show them industry. Oshoma Law of Vijesh, I don't want to show them industry. The Jewo people that dominated trade in that area, that were doing trade with Portuguese, I don't want to show them industry. What kind of rubbish are you talking about? The women of people that moved into Lagos before independence and thrived and did most of the things that you have. Oh God. See, the thing is this, whatever you are doing, and I'm happy that it's working. If it's working for you, hopefully it has nothing to do with illegal and criminal stuff like drug pushing and stuff. I hope that's not what you're doing. But the idea of, for instance, I like the idea of your apprenticeship system. I think he's lovely. You know, but when you use words like this, they should learn their industry. What industry? That a Yoruba man should. My father started out as a trader. Yoruba people, let me just say something. Every ethnicity has something they bring to the table, at least in some ways. But this assumption that there's something.
If you Google this video,
there's
and you don't
nothing.
listen it, brother, if you Google this video and you don't hear exactly what I said.
My dad began as a trader.
The biggest liar.
I will drop you. I'm not even. I don't do all this. I don't get what. I don't care what the video or what anybody says. I'm correcting that thing. There are traders, there are businessmen who are able. They are doing well. But that word, I hear it. That phrase, I hear it a lot. Your Bible should learn industry. Learn what? The businesses in Nigeria, who dominates it? It's not you guys now. I don't like doing this comparison because it's a waste of my time. But what do you guys mean? The companies, the top 50 companies in this country, how many? I don't like comparison, but at this point, I just think that I can't stomach these things. It just make me feel. And if Pastor Bakari said that to you, I hope there's another video he did about Tafa Balewa. Have you heard that one, Chief? I can't be calling you the name on.
I came across that one also.
Okay, I hope you believe that one too, have you?
That very one, he did not. You cannot. You and I know that he was talking like a Yoruba. He was talking like a Yoruba man. For him to say that Igbos, they are cursed because of what this person.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that. That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
Not the one I listened to.
Wait,
not the one I listened to.
Hold on, it's the same thing, but you are lying. So let me tell you what he said. You know what? I'll play it for you. You were saying that the Bakari said something, no? And I said, did you listen to the other one? He said he spoke as a Yoruba man. When he was saying the one you liked, was it not a Yoruba man?
But that one was what he was told in a meeting he was invited to.
And this one he was told in a stuff that he was invited to.
He was talking from his own perspectives. That one he was saying it from his own perspective.
In the video you're actually talking about, Sunday Bakari was actually praying for you people. He was actually praying for able people. When he talked about
pray
what
for someone like me,
what
that
Balewa said.
Don't you know I'm a minister of the gospel. You pray for somebody like me?
Even Paul said, pray for us. Who are you?
Not for me.
You? What have you done? What have you done in ministry?
Let me tell you.
I beg you, wait. What have you done in ministry? How many churches have you founded? How many books have you written? How many letters have you written like Paul? Even Paul said, pray for us. Who are you, man?
Bakare said he's going to
wait. I don't want to discuss ministry with you because you know go stop.
Did he
just hold on? May I play
Buhari?
something for you? Wait, let me play what the Bakare said. You say he cannot pray for you. Who are you? Even Paul said, pray for us. Even Jesus say, let us pray together. He told the disciples, watch with me. And then Paul said, pray for us. But you, they are shouting Igbo develop island, Igbo develop masses. You are the one telling us. We listen to this one, listen.
Tell you why Igbos cannot rule Nigeria. You know what happened? The day they killed Tafa Balewa, they removed his turban, they poured wine on his head, forced him to drink, and shot him. And while he was being killed, he said, none of your tribe will ever rule Nigeria. He interprets the Bible in lie.
Wait, I want to find the real video. This one is a reaction. There's a part he cut out of it where he said, we break that curse in Jesus' name. That's what Tunde Bakare ended that video with. I'll find you the full video. This one is a reaction video. Tunde Bakare said, what happened? Then he said, we break that curse in Jesus' name. But you said he spoke as a Yoruba man. Okay, hold on.
They killed Tafawa Balewa. They removed his turban. They poured wine on his head, forced him to drink, and shot him. And while he was being killed, he said, none of your tribe will ever rule Nigeria. It's not a new thing I'm saying. And I said, I want to break the curse today because these Igbos were not part of those people. We cannot overgeneralize. And I went into the Bible and showed them Genesis 49. You are my firstborn. You will not excel. You went to my couch. You defiled my couch. You are unstable as water. And God raised Moses. So let Reuben live and not die. And let his men not be few. As in the authority of God's word, I reverse the curse of Tafawa Balewa over the Igbo generation. You will have access to the throne like any other person.
So, was that the man speaking as a Yoruba man? The man was even praying for Igbo people. Meanwhile, if you pour wine on somebody and you disgrace him and you killed him before, just after he cursed you, and you are crying about the curse, how about his life that you took? Meanwhile, this man was even praying for Igbo people. You still came here and victim.
From which video? From which book? Or from which video? Where he discovered that the man caused.
Do you know? There's a church called Citadel Global Community Church. It used to be Latter Rain Assembly in Ogba, but now they are on Oregon Road. Citadel Global Community Church. No. So they don't move now to Oregon Road towards the end. As if you want to go connect with Ogudu. So please go there. Go and meet Pastor Bakari and ask him for the title of the book, since you want to be funny.
Do you know the
You have 1 minute, please. I'm tired. 1 minute, I beg.
Do you know the attributes that can make one to be warrant somebody to be cursed? When somebody that will come to your let me tell you, somebody that can come to your land and buy 75% of your land and make you tenant, is that a curse, man?
Wait. Jesus is coming. Which book did you see 75%
yes, I'm asking you.
That you bought? Where is the proof? Where is your proof now? Orano. Where is the proof that you bought 75% and you are still asking that we're not renting houses to you?
Go around Lagos and see it by yourself. Go around Lagos and see it by yourself.
How can you be almost 60 like this?
Upon you have demolished many. No, you people, I'm always preaching love. But I have discovered that people like you, I didn't say love, I say love. I didn't say love, I say love. So don't misquote me. I have discovered that people like you, people like Omo Batala, people like Mr. President, people like Zaza, they go all over internet and they have vowed that Igbos will never breed. They are always looking for.
Why wouldn't you breathe now? I want you to breathe. I want people to do well.
And they are looking for any possible means to annihilate Igbos.
Igbo man.
They are looking for every possible means to annihilate all Igbos.
Oh yeah, Igbo man. Hold on. So listen to me. I want you to succeed.
It's a lie.
Okay, his name is James.
It's in your lips.
Hold on, my brother. Mr. James, hold on. I want you to succeed. I want everybody that comes into your land to do well. It's a sign that our land is fruitful. I want you to thrive. I want you to succeed. I want you to become the best version of yourselves. I don't want you to die. I don't want you to lose your investment. I want you to actually succeed. Your success has actually proved that my land is fertile. That's the truth. But also shows that I want the best for you. So I don't want any bad thing to happen to you. That, as your ethnicity, individuals, that's not my business about looking for evil for anybody. However, you see, when you mess up and you talk rubbish and people respond to you, don't jump to the fact that, they hate us. Maybe you said nonsense. For instance, you just mentioned nonsense in the comment section before I brought you up, saying that you developed Lagos. How come you did not develop where you come from? Or are you a vagabond? Don't you have a home? Mr. James, answer that question, then I'll let Prof speak. How did you develop other people's lands when your land is left like left desolate. How did that happen?
But you yourself know why Igbos are coming to Lagos. It's because of the seaport and the international airport. You know. And you know. Because the
do you know how long I spent discussing ports today?
See, reasons for localization of industry, nearness to raw material, nearness to market, is because of something like that. It's because of something like that.
Father,
so
Mr. James, let's pray. So, let's pray. You are a Christian,
Mr. James. I'm Moses.
Okay, Mr. Moses. Okay, Evangelist Moses. Let us pray. Let us pray. Let's pray in Jesus' name. Say amen now.
Amen,
Father, we
amen.
thank you for the ethnicities that Evangelist Moses represents. We pray that you raise men of wisdom, women of knowledge and understanding among that ethnic group, so that there will be people that can lead their people in the way they should go and stop being nuisances, giving people excuses for their failures. This is rubbish.
Not my tribe. The prayer is for your tribe.
You are always making excuses for nonsense. Do you know how long I spent on seaport? What is it with port?
I listened to one audio from Yoruba platform where they were saying Yoruba.
No. See. I don't care what anybody talk about on the other platform. Talk to me.
Do you know? Yes.
See, you know what? What prof talk? My other person talk. Because if I keep listening to you, I'll go on do VG for you just to pray. I don't care what anybody is saying. I'm listening to you speak, and I'm feeling ashamed for your children and your family members. Jeez, ports. You're Lagos because of ports.
Psalm 1, verse 3.
I just read to you what the NPAMD said. Nigerian Ports. Hold on.
Brother,
wait. Hold on. Nigerian Ports Authority MD just said the reason people import into Lagos more than any other part of Nigeria is that most of what is imported is consumed between Lagos, Ogun, and now Oyo State. There's another report that mentions Oyo State. That's the corridor where most of it is consumed, including the raw materials that you mentioned, or even the machinery that is imported, usually used between Lagos State, Ogun State, and of course the factories in Oyo State. That's where those things end. So if you bring in things into, what do you call it now? Enugu, you have a port in Enugu, into One, for instance, you're going to have to spend more money to push whatever you're importing to the market in the southwest. Therefore, it makes basic common sense for you to use Lagos port, even though I would love for you to actually move your things to another part of the country, because this place will choke.
Do you know the number of containers that leave from Lagos to Igbo land every day? Do you know the number of containers?
What's the percentage?
I was into clearing for them before.
It shows. Yes.
I was
well done. Thank you. So importer, exporter, pure water. Let's listen to Mr. I beg. Mr. Moses. Oh God. How did you get here? You people in the comment section, Mr. Moses, thank you very much. God bless you. Let's listen to another person. So we have some sanity that will have you again. How did you grow to be? It is well. Mr. Remy.
Kábíyèsí.
Ẹ gbà mí. Kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀?
Ẹ kú iṣẹ́. Ẹ ṣáà rọra.
Ó kàn yà mí lẹ́nu ṣá. I can't make anybody over because I want to go home. This is 10 minutes to 10, pa.
I won't even take long.
Okay.
You see, if you are ever doubting that foolish young men grow up, this man talking here is an evidence. It's a living evidence that foolish young men, they don't die young. Some of them grow to be old. Right? So this man talking here is a proper evidence. And if you're a young man, pray that you won't be as foolish as this in your old age. It's a serious prayer that you won't be as foolish as this man. If at 60, this is what he is banding around, he cannot think. Like I can imagine, he's a man of God that has a claim. You will imagine that his knowledge will increase with age as he as we expect for someone that God favors. But I think his own knowledge, his brain has been seeping. Right? He seems not to even have any. No, you shall write dating. Because you came here and you're saying some people hate you. Or Benny, shut up, I'm talking. Shut your mouth up. Shut your mouth up. This is not your Muna. Okay? It's not your foolish meeting that you go to. I'm talking here. Yeah. So he came here and he was saying rubbish. Like what we expect kids to say, and adults is here saying. Tunde Bakari says some people are invited him. So those people, they represented the whole Yoruba. And that thing is common. That thing is common with our Pentecostal pastor. This way that they, I don't go good or law, it must not go. He will stay here and hear those words. You know? So those people represent everybody that is Yoruba. Like, how does that even make any sense? And then when they say, oh, Bakari said something, he said it's not written down. Of what is written down? That the high witness said your people. It's written down, it's documented by DJ Moffett in Let Truth Be Told, of how they took Tafawa Balewa and they had to pour alcohol on him because he was a Muslim, to embarrass him. Before you can say, okay, how true is this? But it was documented, and the person is an eyewitness, right? He got it from an eyewitness who they were together in Kirikiri. But when they jumped to that, you said, no, that's not true. And this mouth that they are making, right? Before the Civil War, this is how they were pumping chest up and down. And then they left Lagos. KBS, if you remember that figure, they didn't even feel their impact in the market. Probably it's less than $100.
$100. For
less than $100.
1 year.
Yeah.
£100, Jerry.
When we're doing the Abacha fight, and all of them carried their kangara and they ran away in also Abiola and left us in Lagos. Nobody even felt them. Nobody even felt. Nobody even felt that you disappeared. You are not even important. The same way you are not important in the economic life, the same way you are not important. If you've made yourself irrelevant in political life now. Because if anybody in Nigeria can win without you, economic, you've made yourself irrelevant. Like nobody cares. This one that they kept talking about, port. What port? Ports are situated in places where the interland is prosperous. The port in Lagos was invested in because of interland Yoruba land. There was alternative in Escravos, but it was not as profitable as Yoruba land. Go and read European documentation. That Lagos has a port is because of the 5 states of Yoruba land, because that was where the wealth of Nigeria was coming from. And it continued to this day. Ogun State is the industrial corridor. Add all your state to it. 60% of whatever you bring into Nigeria is consumed in that area. It was said by the MD of MPA. So which container is this saying they are rolling to the plate? Right? So this nonsense kept going on and on and on. The issue is that this place, you are here because you are an economic migrant. You need it for your survival. You think it's the first time that they've been talking about Lagos? Wasn't that the first thing Lugard did that is going to strangle Lagos economically? He thought it was because of the port, just because of the port. He went to create Port Harcourt Port, finish it by 1918. He thought it would destroy Lagos by that. Did it happen? No. It's because of those 5 states around Lagos. Those are the states that the wealth of this country, when it comes, that is where it is coming from. So it's Odu Misha, the man has run away. But I will tell you, young men, just pray that your life should not end up being as stupid as this at 60 years old. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's go to Bumblebee. Nothing to say. Bumblebee, good evening.
Prof, Kale, mo wà pẹ̀lú ọ̀gá mi látọ̀rọ̀ torí ẹ̀mí ṣe tí ò come online. I've been with my boss of late. He's in town. So I've been doing work and all. This man, Moses, if you are still listening to this, they are supposed to flog you in the market square. They are an old man that is not wise. They are meant to flog you in a public place. How many properties do you yourself do you own in Lagos? Because my family owns property.
He said Igbos own 75% of the land in Lagos.
I know this guy doesn't own a property, and he wasn't born in Lagos, and his parents don't own anything in Lagos, and he himself is old and in his 60s, and he doesn't have any property in Lagos. My parents brought property in Lagos before they turned 50. So kilo he himself, what does he own in Lagos? I know he doesn't own a property because someone who is wise enough to make money to have properties in Lagos will not be close to 60 and be talking like this on a public forum. This old man, they are meant to flog you. Mo wish pé ó wà ní online tí máa fi come online. Kán lè báwí ká lè báwí kí gbogbo wa dànù jọ ká báwí. Prof has just said it all. How can you grow old at this old age of yours? You are on social media looking for platform for you to come and exhibit your foolishness. Don't you have children to take care of? I'm just saying this in case tó bá in God life yìí. On bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀, in fact, I don't even know what to say. But anyway, tomorrow I will try and make contributions on all the topics that you touched today. But I really just wanted to come up because of this old man. These are the kind of people we interact with in Lagos every day. All my life, we interact with this kind of clueless people. They go around talking anyhow. They can talk anyhow, anywhere, in public. We should be slapping you people in public. Old man like you, and I know you live in Lagos. You don't own anything in Lagos, and you are talking like this in a public forum. Be very, very careful. Eshegon Prof.
Eshegon, thank you so much, Bumblebee. 75% of the land in Lagos belongs to people. So why not the ones determining our kings now? Like when we did Oro, this last election, you should have stopped us now. 75%. You guys have land though. In Lagos. Wow. That means you probably own maybe 75% of the entire Southwest. Okay, now I understand why they are investing in meth labs. Thank you for the gift. Not that meth lab, the way they brought Mexican expatriates to come and create methamphetamine. That's the definition of develop. You can't see you. Mr. Obasanjo, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Prof. I've laughed so hard this evening. My belly is already hurting. Well, it's all good, but sometimes, our ancestors are just too wise because they are the original human beings created by God. That's exactly what man just did, and it's their style. They don't know more than that. That is it. They don't know more than that. They want just make noise all over the place and then cause trouble for themselves. And then when the repercussion of their stupidity comes on them, they now start playing the victim. Oh, they are killing us. Oh, they are this. Oh, they want to annihilate us. Oh, they want to look. But like I kept telling them, Prof, I'm a Yoruba to the core, and I came from the family of warriors. I know about Yoruba history. I know about our wars. I know about everything. Everything about war and Yoruba and our people. Our Yoruba will also go easily. No, we will allow you just like a Joker to battle what they will not strike. But when we strike to finish it. And also no, we go to Jeun. Total ruin. We will not come back on except
there's nothing existing about the people who went to war with. I hope they won't push this their stupidity to that level. But when they don't check, will be child's play. Like I kept telling them in all forums, it will be child's play. You guys are still crying over your own brother, use hunger, propaganda as hunger to finish you guys off. You are making noise. What if you now fight with the real warriors and then they come to you and show you what war means? The other one I want to talk about is the idiocy of Cosmos Maduka, who said he should have. It is very simple. If I were in his shoes to break the monopoly of Lagos, I will show. I will lead by
exactly. Since he has money,
I will lead. I will remove my shop where I sell jalopy cars. I'll move it to Onitsha. I'll move it to Oka. Leave Lagos for us. Are there no people over in Igbo land to buy those vehicles from him? Why is he in Lagos? Which of all the jalopies has he ever imported through ordinary or airport? Of all the cars he says in Lagos, they will not go through an airport. Why is he bringing his cars through Lagos? Was that Che Wonko has any? If in Nigeria, even if you see, the ports are the only government business.